now let's see if we're connecting. To do that, we go over to live stream, and we hope that there's data. It says excellent, but I'm waiting for the image to show up. There we are. So the image shows up. Now we check for echo. We do that by what do? We go to the channel, and we go to home, and see if it shows. And then what we do, and we hope that there's data. Get echo. We've got echo. Excellent. That's great. Now everybody upvote. Make it reflexive. Make it an act you do without thought. Your upvote is a very small act on your part, and it means a lot to us. Indeed, it's life or death, because the aggregate spreads the word depending on popularity. It's all a popularity contest. The more upvotes we get, the more we are disseminated. So we count on you as our life's blood. Your upvotes are our very life's blood. So with that, we turn towards the call. We are going to go to the call. Okay, we do that by going over to Microsoft Teams. And Microsoft would love your perspective. How likely are you to recommend Microsoft, if asked? Okay, that can wait till another day. So I've just pressed infinite call. We're going to try and call the usual suspects. Let's see who responds. Real Tech Geek has been changing his little icon a lot. Okay. Come on, Aristides. Aristides. There we are, good sir. Welcome aboard. Oh, so glad to have you. Okay, now, how are you? Are you in the mood for, blurbing? So I'm going to take a look at what you sent me. You sent me something. I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm not going to read it out loud.
I forget what it even is.
Oh, my God. You said something here. Where's your message? You left a message verbally in text? Oh, download of same, only post since August last year on Instagram. Oh my God. Okay, so thank you for this. We're not going to mention it on air. We can always return to that later. Oh, so thank you for sending that. That's amusing. Yeah. Oh my God. That's what's left in his life. Echoes of the past.
Yeah.
Your own thoughts.
You said we can get back to that.
Yeah, we'll get back to that privately then.
I'm trying to figure out is
okay.
The person in question. Is the person in question even depicted?
No, he's not. But by the way,
that's okay. So no.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched it yet, but we can bet. No. We can review it later together. While we're on call. Privately. We can review it later together on.
And you would think, hey, here's me.
No. He has never done that historically, so you can bet the farm he doesn't do it here. By the way, did we just? That was a little strange noise there in the background. What? I thought someone else had joined us. No, that was just my imagination. So, what was it I wanted to say? I do want to acknowledge there's all kinds of people who have sent me all kinds of communications that I'm just seeing now, just reviewing as I'm sitting down. I will try to get to all of you tomorrow. It will be tomorrow. I have to get up to receive my home delivered meals in the morning. And at that point, I also have to take out the garbage. And by that time, I'm awake enough to stay up for several hours. So I will get to everyone tomorrow. I've got a lot of messages that were incoming that I have not responded to yet because I'm just seeing them now. I do want people to understand that we received a contribution from Sammy Romero of 100 United States dollars. Believe me, we need every penny, and everybody just keep sending more. Sammy's done his bit. He's a family man. He's, to do this, I'm sure taxes his resources. But everyone do emulate him. He's providing a preeminent example. And we will, get back to him later. Hopefully he checks in later today, and I'll talk to him about some other things this reminds me of and that I'm anxious to speak of while he's here. And in the meantime, we'll cover a lot of things. And of course, everybody is welcome to join the call. We will most certainly get into some monologue tonight. And but for the moment, already getting some questions about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. Yes, of course, that's Edbeth. That's my son. It was Taiwanese Father's Day. We both agreed it would be more appropriate for me to show a photograph of myself with my adoptive child than with one of my escorts for now. We show my escorts every once in a while, but right now we have some security concerns. For some of them, we're trying to respect their personal and physical security. We don't want to put any of that at risk by their affiliation with myself professionally, and which could render them a target. But that being said, we are going to, at some point, one of those photographs will pop up eventually, soon enough. And we've got Chinese Valentine's Day coming up this month. In fact, do remind me, do not let me forget Aristides. I'll go over the calendar with you again. A lot of new developments in the calendar. We'll share screen with that later tonight. Not too much later, of course. But in the interim, let's return to Aristides before things start piling up, meaning before anybody else jumps on. All right. Take your way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just shut up for a minute, I would tell people to hit the upvote.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Just kidding.
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh, by the way, you're registering. Just so you know, you're registering.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone says you're loud and clear. Douglas Marks says, I hope all is well with everyone on Team Dietrich. I can hear you loud and clear. T-Tank Berry says, loud and clear, brother. Okay, there we are.
Good.
Okay.
Good. So, hit that upvote, that like, thumbs up, whatever you want to call it. Hit it. We say it every time, but we're going to say it again.
Yes. Can't say it enough.
In case you forgot, or you're new, or, just needed a reminder. Hit that upvote, not just to make us all feel great about ourselves, but to make the algorithm feel like it should share the content, prioritize it, or at least not deprioritize it for the sake of the invisible downvotes that are placed.
That's right. By all the losers.
Yeah. By very small number of people. And compared to the many people who appreciate what you're doing. In fact, they have to multiply their power with bots to even do that.
True. Yeah, that's very telling. Good point.
Yeah. But if we don't get a good few upvotes in, then we don't want the algorithm to start out in the negative. We keep it positive there. So, and that affects Douglas's ability to reach people, find new people, have new people find him, and basically keep himself alive. Because it followers and listeners translates eventually into contributions, which are his job. So his tips. He just works for tips. That's it.
That's right. Actually, I shouldn't use the terms there, my life's blood, because I get that somewhere else. But go on.
Right. Yeah. We'll think of something else. The currency of your life that is as essential as blood.
Yes, true.
Right. Sorry, there's something there. Okay, so hit that upvote for that reason. And if you're finding you cannot do that, it might be because you're not logged in. In fact, most likely that is the reason. You have to be logged into YouTube to do such stuff. That's not a bad thing. It keeps some control on the mischievous deeds some might do, but you do have to be logged in, which is not that hard. If you've never had an account or logged in, I mean, if you have, then do that. But if you never have, if you have a Gmail or would be willing to real quick, make a Gmail. I think that is the easy peasy way to slide into YouTube without any extra account making, other than the Gmail, which you may already have, or you could use for other things anyway. So basically, to use all Google products, you got to have like, you know, a login. So, and YouTube is now just one of the many offerings of that fine company. So Gmail, it's easy way, and if not, follow the prompts to create an account. I'm sure you can sign up with some other email. I don't know. I'm guessing. You could sign up with a different type of email, or maybe they force you to have a Gmail. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway, get yourself logged in. That's one easy way. Make an account if you have to, and then you can hit that like. You can do all kinds, the whole world of things that just open up once you do that, where you can engage the content and others' content as well that you may like. But of course, you know, after we're done here. Yeah. Let's say you can then subscribe. If you see a button underneath the window that says subscribe, you want to hit that and subscribe. And then have a look at the notification bell that should still be there. Subscribe as or it used to say subscribed either way, but now if you're subscribed there, for me it shows nothing under the window except the notification bell, which you should check out, and you should click that, and then it'll pop up a little menu. You should hit all, and that means in all cases there's a new program or any content on the channel, you will receive a pop-up notification, which is very handy. And it will, you know, nothing to remember. You just hit it. And then you get here, and then you hit that upvote without even thinking. It should be like just an animal reflex at this point. So, yeah, you can subscribe and do that. Yeah, turn the notification bell to all, and then you can do such other things as leave comments on the replays, not during the live. We don't have that privilege. I don't know how some people get it. Maybe if they're monetized or somehow otherwise blessed, or at least not mildly to moderately cursed by YouTube, such as Douglas. But yeah, during the replay, that's when the live turns into a regular video automatically. Then comments will be enabled below. Leaving comments, great way to show that algorithm who's boss, right?
Yes.
I think more so than the thumbs up, like, and feel free to leave one. You don't have to ponder it. Sometimes we think about things too much and then paralyze ourselves into inaction. And
that's right. Impotence. Paralyze ourselves into impotence.
No need for that. So yeah, anything on your mind other than just some sort of outrageous slurs, which we can deal with, but YouTube may remove them. Also, it may remove comments that are only downvoted and not upvoted, which is why once you see comments, you want to upvote them as well, such as a comment that Doug always puts with his PayPal and website information. Keep that up there. So definitely want to do that. Upvote the comments. I just upvoted the one from last time, and let me check the one before that. I might have gotten that. No, or did I? No. Oh, no, there you go. It's like a game. It's like, you know, you just hitting going around, hitting all the thumbs up, bling, bling, bling. You know, it's like people play super things on their phones, you know, just to pass time. So why do that?
Because, and they waste, think of all the time they waste. Yes.
Yeah. Why do that when you could be upvoting all Doug's content?
That's right. Yeah. It's more rewarding.
All right. In fact, the most serious game there is here in life.
That's no shit. So serious, they do their best to suppress me.
All right. Well, you know, they haven't yet. Not totally.
Not yet. Totally.
But you know, to help, please do try to engage in these ways to help that algorithm, you know, help the content get out there, and both via algorithm and your own personal sharing, which we'll get. Yeah, well, why don't we talk about sharing? Right, there's a share button.
That's right.
Hit that. It'll pop up a little window from which you can hit copy the link. It's the same essentially as the one in the browser bar. And that is the link you want to share because it is the same link for the live and for the replay. So grab that now and get it everywhere you can, because for as long as the show is up on YouTube, it will lead people to it. So there, does that take a little sip of my iced coffee. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Too hot for regular coffee.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Irish
get
coffee.
That link.
Is it Irish?
That's in about an hour.
Cool.
Get through these shows somehow. So grab that link, share it far and wide, anywhere. Friends, associates, colleagues, enemies, random strangers, anything that won't get you into massive trouble.
That's right.
Financially or with the law. Text messages, DMs, group chats, Facebook posts, company-wide emails, anything. So either, you can go the kind of shotgun approach and just spam it out there and hope it hits a few of the right people, or you can really think about who would really appreciate this. Very, very targeted. It's sort of like the scam, the internet scammers, like they use both approaches, right? They either just kind of blast it out there and hope for a few people go for it, or there's those ones where they specifically target like an important person and like, what is it called? Like, what is it?
I forget.
It's phishing. They call it phishing.
Yes, that's it.
Phishing.
Yes. PH with the PH.
Yeah,
yes.
With the PH. And then I think there was like something more severe, like spear phishing. And then I think when they go for like some head honcho, they try to get the boss's password. They're like, it's called whaling or something. I don't know.
Wow. Cool.
Anyway, yeah, I know it's sort of the good guy version of that. So
there you go.
Either want to, spread it far and wide, or spread it, maybe not, maybe just to the few people that need to hear it. So
yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough there. Okay, let's see. Like, subscribe, share, the things that we normally cover. Oh, okay. So as far as the likes and the login, you can amazingly, there are with this one simple trick, you can vote more than once in the Douglas Dietrich democracy, right?
That's right. The best of all democracies.
Yeah.
A true meritocracy. Yes.
Yeah. The best of all possible worlds, right?
Yes. Indeed.
And the way to do that is under the, once you have logged in the upper right, presumably, there's your account little menu. You can create a little icon avatar if you haven't already. And under there, one of the first few entries would be the switch account. And it is under there, you can add other Gmails or logins to be able to switch back and forth real quick with YouTube. So, it will not interrupt the live that you're listening to. There might be just a slight blip as it switches between, but it doesn't interrupt really. And then once you get to your other login, that one can upvote also, because it's a different login, different identity, which is easy enough to believe. It's a different account, so it can upvote its own things. But even more than that, even if you don't want to add other accounts under your same account, you can add a channel under there. If you you can find it in there. Click in there somewhere. You can add a channel underneath your login account. What that means is that would be where people would usually publish content, and it has a different name, such as like the one I use is not my main login. It's a channel under the my main login. So and so your channels underneath your login can upvote separately. It's their own identity also. So you don't have to put anything in the channel. You can, or you can just leave it blank. So try to remember to switch back to your main identity or account that you want to interact with, especially if you're going to type in the chat. It's easy to forget that you start typing and then you realize you're someone else. But yeah, so yeah, you can upvote them several times. I've upvoted 3 times already.
Cool. Yes. Excellent example. Everyone follow that.
Right. Lead by example.
You do.
Okay.
You do. Excellent.
So yeah, that covers upvotes and what else? While you're in that menu, make sure restricted mode is off, because that if it was on, then that account would not be able to view or listen to age restricted content, which can happen by automatic screening by YouTube. Unless it says this video is age restricted, it was requested by the uploader, that it was YouTube itself that screened it, maybe just for adult sounding words or whatnot. I think it's AI. I mean, it has to be.
Yes. That
they kind of scan, because they do auto captions. So, and then they would take that anyway. So they would take that and then be like, oh, is there any of these, certain words in here that we sound adultish? So unfortunately, they don't really, AI cannot really scan for complex ideas per se. I mean, I don't know. which those may be incredibly horrific, but as long as we don't use, very shocking words to describe them, in either case, that should not be on, so that you can take in all content. We're presuming that you're an adult, or at least acting on your own, with the authority of an adult. So yeah, well, there's your YouTube in and outs lesson for today. What else do we usually cover? Let's grab share money. How about money?
Yeah.
How about money?
Yes.
Yeah. About money. So as we mentioned, Douglas does do this for money. It's his job, his duly noted job under his working disabled program. He doesn't just sit back and collect defraud the government and collect benefits like so many. He's even though he's been traumatized and brain damaged, he presses on. And,
yes, good way of putting it. That's so flattering.
Presses on and asks only for your kind donations that you can afford. And the easiest way to do that is with PayPal. And we will put that in the chat, although you never have to dig for the link in the chat. If it's on the replay, he always puts the comment, or else, where else? Oh, well, it's always up on the screen. It's not clickable on the thumbnail image, but his account is, as it shows there on the thumbnail, Douglas D. Dietrich. So if you can remember PayPal and get to PayPal, just type Douglas D. Dietrich. You'll get there. You'll see him. You'll send him your money. You'll be glad you did. And it is a sacrifice, but not for nothing.
That's right. Not in vain.
Douglas needs beer. No,
that's especially true. Yes.
Yeah. Not to imply he's an alcoholic or anything, but it's just
no, it's liquid bread. It's liquid bread.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're not drinking 12 beer. Who could drink 12 beers? If you want to be an alcoholic, you'd get some hard liquor.
Yeah. No shit. Seriously.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's plenty of guys who can slam down 12 beers, but they're obviously in very bad shape.
Yeah. Either they're huge, or they're in bad shape, or have a distended stomach or something.
Yes.
Or I don't know how, in what time period. I mean, nonetheless, that is scary, and a bunch of unnecessary calories, because why? Just slam some. I don't know what liquor would you drink if you were to drink liquor?
Oh God, the one that I really tend to avoid, because it's so dangerous to me, because I could so easily become addicted to it, is wine. Really, I could easily become a wineaholic. A wineaholic. That's it's sweet, and it's it's like So I gotta be careful with it. Really careful with that. But that's what I would be doing if it weren't beer. I'd be doing wine.
Right. Yeah, I could see that's a good trade-off. I mean, hard liquor, that's a little, almost a little too fast. And like, it's just over so quick too. It's just,
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm
being
multitasking,
established,
just so you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So I'll go on. PayPal, Douglas T. Dietrich. That's the easiest way. That is his personal account. They will not take fees out from that. If it asks, do indicate this is a gift for friends or family. It's not a payment for a service, right?
Yes, that's right.
So,
that's right.
Yeah.
Even though I'm providing you the greatest service in your life outside of medical care or something.
Right. Yeah, it's truly, and it's not just a gift to Douglas; it's a gift to all of humanity. So, do indicate that. If you don't have a PayPal and you have a credit card, or you don't have money in your PayPal, and you have a credit or debit card, very easy there, just as easy. You want to navigate to his website, which is douglasdietrich.com. It's shown on his channel page. Also, if you don't click on it now, but if you click on his name, Douglas Dietrich, there down the corner, take you to his channel page. You would just leave the live, unless you open a separate tab on the computer, like right click, new tab. The phones, everything's more awkward, so I guess it's doable. I don't know. But at some point, get there to his channel page. Do check that out. That is where you can definitively check you're subscribed also, because people do become unsubscribed by YouTube from this channel and others, mostly, probably almost always the non-monetized ones, because YouTube, I'm sure when you monetize on YouTube and you're making money, they're taking a cut. So plus other reasons. So there, it'll show you subscribed. It'll have the website there. It will have all your categories, videos, the live streams such as this, other videos under the videos tab. You want to check out some other very kind of basic Doug 101 videos there. If you slide way down in that from a few years ago, to kind of get the background of some things that are frequently talked about here. But once you get to douglasdietrich.com, this website there, if you have your credit card out and handy, or a debit card, get there, douglasdietrich.com. The upper right-hand corner yellow button, it says donate. You want to hit that. You might see another button in the middle that says donate. It will do nothing. If you click it, it's just practice. So, okay.
Masturbatory.
Well, you have affirmed your resolve to give, and then you click the real one, and then it'll get you to a little menu that one of the options will be donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be signed in. You just have to have your card. So that's how you do it, with just a card, and it will still get to him on PayPal, although this is his production account, so we'll take a little bit in fees. So add a few percent or a few dollars on top for take that into consideration. Also, there's a Venmo option. And I believe in Venmo, you can also go and just search for PayPal addresses, because now they're one. It's funny how they all become one.
They all do, yes.
Yeah, presumably the corporation, the technocracy.
Yes. And let's pray it goes towards its inevitable top-heavy collapse. But go on.
Yeah. It only can. Right?
That's right. That's right.
Yep. Yeah. So, but for now, Venmo, and then the third one just says donate with PayPal, but that would imply being signed in. But if you can sign in, use the Douglas D. Dietrich, his personal account, to avoid those fees. In either case, please strongly consider checking making that a monthly donation, or instead of trying to figure out how much you can give right now, figure out how much you can give every month. So, and then then that doesn't hurt so much right now.
That's right.
Soon you won't feel it.
That's right. Because you won't remember.
And then just cancel some of your other things that you're probably being billed to you every month that you're not even using, or just
damn straight.
Yeah, or you're just over it, and you're just kind of put it off. But eventually you're going to cancel all those things anyway. like, your cable television or yeah, you don't need that.
By the way, as a great example of that, I received notices from HostGator that they're billing my credit card, and I do not have a credit card by that number. And somehow I'm getting these because of the old control of my accounts by Lorian Ann Fenton or Selena Khan. One of those ladies, I can't imagine it would be Lena Shea, but one of those ladies has a credit card which is being billed at least annually, at least once a year by HostGator, that I get the notifications for because they used to have access to my email, which I presume they no longer do, or great damage would have been done a long time ago. But that's, yeah, at any rate, so they're getting billed and I get the notification for it. Very bizarre. So, yeah, be something like that, you tend to forget, believe me. Think about exactly what Aristides is saying. You put some money aside that you can spare every month and you won't even feel it.
Right.
Yeah.
What is it they're billing for with that?
HostGator. I have no idea what they're being billed for, like a domain or something. HostGator is like doing some domain name. It has to be just a domain name. I believe that was set up by Lorian Ann Fenton, and so
it doesn't affect anything you're doing now.
No, not at all. I've been getting it for years, and I talked it over with Brendan Zogit last time it happened, and all we can conclude is that we know for a fact I don't have any cards that are numbered by the number that they provide. So, yeah, somebody else has that and somehow wanted to maintain the domain name, probably so they could try and make false claims on it using the name of Douglas Dietrich. But
what domain? Like what
something like Douglas D. Dietrich or something. It would, instead of being Douglas Dietrich, my website's Douglas Dietrich, it'd be some variant of it, like Doug Dietrich or Douglas D. Dietrich, something absurd. And
right.
So she probably kept it active, or maybe even doesn't mind keeping it active because she's under the delusion someday she can say something through it that would damage my reputation. But it'd be pretty easy to disprove something like that. Yeah.
Time goes on, and pretty soon these people probably just
die.
I don't know.
just
get sick and die, and then it'll just keep billing the card until the card is canceled, and so
thank you.
So those are the ways you can pay with PayPal, Venmo, credit card. There's really no other pay apps set up because there are others like Cash App and stuff. He does not have that, but either juggle it around or reach out if you can't figure out how to get your money to him, and we will figure out a way. And other than digitally, if you are very old-fashioned or off-grid, want to send a money order, such as a postal money order or a check, personal check, certified bank check, anything like that, you can mail it, regular mail to him. But you will want to reach out and email him and let him know it's on its way, and he'll give you the address to send it to then. So first, I hadn't put the website in, so we'll put that. That's where you can go with your credit card. And then finally,
or someone else's, we don't mind.
Yeah, right. Well, we're assuming, the use of the card implies that you have permission to do so.
That's right, consent. Your use of the card implies consent.
Yeah. So we're assuming anyway, unless you tell us different. Do not tell us different. And there's his email. DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. DUANE if you're only hearing audio. Tell him I need to know where to send this giant check. And he'll get right back to you in 3 to 5 business days.
Yes, thank you. Good to qualify.
If he's away at the estate.
Yeah, thank you. You've got it down. That's my man, Aristides. He's the man.
All right, and check cash. I mean, if you really have to, if you're afraid for some reason to bring that hot pile of cash to anywhere, have the serial numbers looked at. Just pack them up real tight, double wrapped in some kind of stiff envelope. Some perfume, throw the dogs off. There's something else in there, some other junk in there to confuse the X-ray.
Actually, you know what's better than perfume? That spray. What? That spray that the postman uses to keep your dog away. Yeah.
Pepper spray.
Yeah, it's not even pepper spray. There's something else, some kind of dog repellent spray. But you might might try it all. Yeah, pepper spray, tear gas.
Either pepper spray. All those products are either just the pepper, the capsaicin, or or they're blended. The police ones are like blended with tear gas.
Yeah. Vicious shit. Yep.
Yeah. We don't suggest you try to employ tear gas. Probably not even pepper. Just if you do that outside, do it outside.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Better not to do that, because if the dogs react violently to something, it's just going to draw attention. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah. Right. And that'll just make them want it more. Ooh, this must be the good shit.
Yeah. Right. There's all the ways you can send him money. So very few excuses, but if you still think that you're having difficulty, let us know. So let's look at the let's see. We always take a look at the title there. It's always all filled up.
Yes, all 100 characters this
max.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All 100. Yep. So we have Tai-wan Daddy.
That's actual literal translation. Right, okay. Actually, the literal translation is Daddy Day. You'll read that later in the song.
So that's Doug, Tai-wan Daddy.
Daddy Dietrich, yes, Daddy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Doug is a father in so many ways.
That's right.
Yeah. Just not in the normal way.
Yeah, that's right.
Not in any normal.
I am in the normal way, only in the sense of insemination, but never in the sense of follow-up. I am the
exactly. That's what I mean. Right. Yeah, not in the changing diapers and going to PTA meetings and
or any of that, responsible stuff. A real man.
Yeah, none of that responsible stuff. Because he can't be troubled with that. He carries the responsibility of the whole world. And
that's right. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Like a father to us all.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Like my biological father, Adolf Hitler. Yeah, the father of us all. Yeah.
That's right.
He actually was the father of, everything we are today is based on what he did. So go on, back to Aristides.
And several actual children.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, which is something we should discuss it
again. Yeah, sometime soon.
Again.
Yeah,
or
if you want to discuss it tonight, we'll do so in a few minutes. Yeah, take your time.
Or I might at some point have an interesting tidbit there. So yeah,
great. Yeah, no, even Aristides found some great stuff for me in the past about that. Yeah, but continue.
Yeah. What was it? Obscure article in
that's right. One of those men's magazines.
I think it was. Yeah. Or was it? No, it was a paper. I think it was. I don't know. Let's pull it up. No, it was a fairly normal newspaper. It was like just kind of a, a small article. Kind of in the later pages about how they were pursuing children of
Hitler.
Eva Braun.
Oh, Eva Braun. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And they named at least two, but I think that they're, who knows.
Hey, if you find that again, send it again.
I have the link.
Yeah.
I know I sent the link.
Right, because I sent the link. I vaguely remember that, and I don't remember whether I downloaded that or not. What I did download was one that you sent as well. Another one from a vintage men's magazine. That one attracted my
okay,
attention because it also had some good photos of hot chicks.
Wait, I'm looking through the here. I see here the Pulp International, Little Hitlers.
Yes,
I think. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wait, Hitler's daughter found wed to rabbi's son. No, tell me a son. Say it's not so.
Say it's not so. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's just.
But I mean, yeah.
No, those things could happen.
No.
Yeah.
Well, this was another chick. Wait, this was Gazella. Wait, Gazella Fleischer.
Yeah, Bridezilla. All right.
Yeah. I'm sure many others have claimed erroneously that they were too. Because I mean, who wouldn't want to be?
That's right. That's right.
Except most people, but they just don't know better.
That's right. They're indoctrinated.
Yeah.
We are joined by Sammy Romero, but just give us a few minutes, Sammy.
Okay.
Do say hi. Let's hear your technical, and then Aristides will complete what he's saying, though, because I do want Aristides.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good.
Hey, Ari. Hey, Doug.
Hi.
Yeah, your technology is great. You're registering, and I just want Aristides to complete what he was going to say about the text, the summary of tonight's show. Yeah.
That'll be it.
Yeah,
that'll be it. We're almost done. So we always have a look at the title and what is being acknowledged as the theme for today. And so we have Tai-wan Daddyday and Nagasaki Memorial, right? And
that's correct.
I think that's it. But you see, you can never fit everything in the title bar, so that's why you see these little asterisks, one, and then the set of two. So that means there's two footnotes in the description that you need to break out below, where it says see more, and you want to check all that out. So there's some kind of standard acknowledgments there, and then the expanded topics for today, and the footnotes that are from the title, and anything else.
They lead you to a sub footnote, the obelisk. The dagger footnote, which then takes you to and that will fully explain Tai-wan Daddyday.
So let's check down there. So Tai-wan 8th of August, Father's Day. So then go below here, and of course, there's always, this is a whole very multicultural list of languages here. It's in fact, you get credit for diversity and multicultural training. So just send that off, say that you're exempt, because and then send them the link. So
beautiful.
And let's see what he says. Let's see what he says here. Well, let's see. During the Asia Indo-Pacific World War II years,
which is important to distinguish that World War II legally ended in Asia. It legally ended not for Russia and Japan, however. Very important to remember, Russia and Japan are still at war. Russia never won World War II. So to understand that, but for the Atlantic Theater, World War II never ended. It only ended between Japan and the American and British empires and the rest of the Western allies. But Japan is still at war with Russia, and the collapse of the Soviet Union did not prevent that. Russia decided to carry on its war regardless, even though its government fundamentally changed. That's how serious the situation is, so everybody do remember that. And as well, back to Aristides. Just need to clarify that for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why it says Asia Indo-Pacific World War II has to be disambiguate as opposed to Atlantic. Yes. But go on. Yes. Thank you.
Well, I've now got up from the computer, so you can finish explaining the stuff there.
Yes,
if you'd like.
That's fine. We thank you, Aristides. That was beautiful. God bless you, and appreciate that profoundly. Aristides, by the way, has shared some wonderful stuff. Now with Sammy Romero, let's bring you on. First off, let's let everyone know how profoundly grateful I am to you for your basically sharing 100 United States dollars. As a father and a family man, I know this stretches your resources, so God bless you for it. I want to speak to you privately and catch up with you soon. In the interim, I do want you to know before I forget, don't let me forget this. When Beaver bailed me out for $3,000 towards my surgery, he was still bitching about the weapons film and how he was portrayed by the fat Chinese teacher with a gay husband. He's still salty about that.
I don't. What is that all about though? I don't understand. I'm not even following.
Yo, you remember the weapons film where the Blood Boys and
okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Hey, it won an Oscar. He should be flattered. What is he talking about?
Yeah,
you know, shoot.
I told him that.
You guys won an Oscar. I don't know. You know that. Come on, man. Shoot. You know how many films go to Tribeca and don't even get half the recognition. So no, that's congratulations. You guys are Academy Award winners, obviously indirectly, but I mean that's pretty good, you know.
Seriously, honestly.
We're talking about movies. I watched the Spider-Man movie, No Way Home. Not No Way Home, Brand New Day, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. If Marvel's
right. Yeah, go on.
The new one. I don't know if the Blood Boys. Did the Blood Boys see it already or not yet?
Oh, probably have, but they haven't regaled me with it yet. I'll probably get that when I'm back there soon enough. I'll be back there soon enough. But go on. Yes,
right.
Continue. Yeah.
There's a lot of and spoiler warning to anybody that hasn't seen it. But you're listening to Douglas Dietrich, so
you get spoilers if you listen to Douglas Dietrich. Yeah.
Well, you get spoilers on pretty much the universe. So, sorry, right. Too bad.
Yes, true.
They portray Jean Grey, right? Okay. Jean Grey is telekinesis or has ability to mind, but
right. She's one of the X-Lady. She's the X-Lady, right? The great Ice X-Lady, I believe. Let me see.
No, she's like Professor Xavier. They're telekinetic.
Got it. Yes, that's right.
Right.
Got it.
But a lot of this, it came out. It obviously stuff like this, sci-fi, and when it comes to this type of realm, I was thinking to myself, "Fucking Doug, man, this is like exactly like the Espers program you're talking about, like you shared with your listeners." Apparently, and they got really technical in this. Apparently, Jean Grey can jump from mind to mind every 33 feet. So they use the number 33, and I'm not in some type of
By the way, what I was confusing her with for a moment was Emma Frost. I was confusing her for a moment with the Omega level telepath in her own right, but with the diamond skin. Yeah, but anyhow, continue. Yes, please.
Well, in this version, they introduced Jean Grey as pretty much a troubled late teen, early 20s young lady who her and her sister were, finding out they have these abilities, and they end up kidnapping her slightly older sister, and that's pretty much the premise. But how they in this movie, Spider-Man's trying to find out who's doing all this damage, because apparently Jean Grey's trying to look for a sister to rescue her, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
From whatever government agency that kidnapped her and is trying to like the wonderful government agencies want to do is they want to control,
as they always do.
Yeah. Any special abilities, right? It's like we go on for days, but it's a good movie. It's just they use a lot of interesting detail, like she can't jump from mind to mind if it's further than 33 feet. If it's within the 33 feet, then she can jump your mind. But
I'm glad that they went into that. That's you can get a lot of exposition from fiction that really leaks or a lot of the reality. Continue, please, by all means.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if who's the old fart that supposedly takes credit for X-Men? Stan Lee. There you go. I wouldn't be surprised if Stan Lee got this from any government context, because it's fiction does kind of mirror reality. Obviously, you go more into depth of that with your background, but
thank you.
It's an interesting movie. It's very entertaining, but there's just a lot of it's a lot of stuff that you talk about obviously watered down, but there's a lot of nuances in there that it's you can't help but to think like, damn, they owe you a lot of royalties in the sense of, let's just keep it real. You're probably, if not the most, people steal from you a lot is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Even your art form, it's always been, disgustingly tried to hijack, which, most of the time they just fail, but it's you've been stolen. People have stolen from you repeatedly, habitually, and it's almost where it's like you have to just roll your eyes because it's like, come on.
Thank you.
But it is what it is.
No, I really appreciate that, and I do want people to know that Stan Lee only claimed the credit for all of the Marvel characters. He was just somebody who was a very clever copyright thief. And right. he stole from everybody. He was basically one of the biggest frauds in history, who was a narcissist and a hound for attention. He was like the Donald Trump of his own Marvel kingdom. That's what right. he was. But
right.
yeah, so please continue, however. So when it comes to what he knew about the X-Men, believe me, it wasn't a question of creativity. It's like even Dr. Xavier was in a wheelchair because of the inspiration from the Nazi character portrayed in Dr. Strangelove. Really,
right,
so
right.
He just he took that from there and rendered him a Jewish man who was like his rival, the Magneto, a survivor of the
right.
Holocaust.
Right, of course.
The only interesting thing to come out of that was eventually, though this wasn't in Stan Lee's. It was in Stan Lee's lifetime, but he never copped to it. It was only after his death they both came out as essentially gay, or everyone else outed them because their behavior,
right.
Magneto and Dr. Xavier, was just so profoundly atypical. Right. But anyhow, so go on. Yes, continue. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like those two characters from Sesame Street. Not the
Bert
big
Nerdy?
yellow bird.
Bert
and Ernie. There you go. Like secretly they were somebody was
well, the guy behind that, Jim Henson, he died of AIDS.
Oh wow.
You didn't know
Interesting.
that?
No, I didn't. That's insane. Wow, you learn something new every day, but
I learned that from the
such is life, right? Wow.
Yeah, he was fucking all these kids. He was fucking
oh my god, that is terrible, man. Yeah. Thank you, Doug. Now
you're welcome.
Yeah.
On Sesame
you just
Street.
right. Damn, what kind of cookies a Cookie Monster is eating? I mean, that kind of makes you wonder, right?
Yeah, well, I always thought of him as being straight. Cookie Monster was straight. That's like Cookie Monster.
Right. I don't know what kind of cookies he's eating, but anyways. But it was a great film. It was very entertaining. It's just they definitely, in a lot of ways, though. I think it does make you, obviously, it's so obvious. They do take from reality. As far as real life. All these espers that you talked about, and in throughout time, but it was a great film. I enjoyed it. It's entertainment, kind of gets you away from, what's going on in the world, and at least not say so much focus on, what's pretty much the shithole that we're in. But
I really appreciate your bringing it to my attention. So brand new day. I'll be on the lookout for it. I will ask Ed, Beth, and the
right.
boys about that. Sometimes they wait until I'm there to review it with them. That's probably why I haven't heard about that. And then they get me drunk enough, and then they see if I can remember any of it. But
right. And honestly, it's based on, because then you talk about Doctor Strange, and that involves quote unquote, involves magic, obviously quantum physics, which it's entertainment is what I'm trying to say. They're taking these subjects that are very much real, and they mystify them, quote unquote, and it's entertainment, but at the same time, it's like I don't go around playing with a Ouija board. That's not what I do.
Good for you, yeah.
I don't go around and say, "Hey, when am I gonna die, Ouija board? Tell me when I'm gonna die."
Why do people even do that? Why do people do that?
See, my wife watches these crime, like these true crime, like these true crime mysteries, like they talk about cases,
yeah,
and it's always these idiots with the Ouija board. Oh, we were just playing around, we asked the Ouija board we're gonna die, and my friend ended up missing. Well, duh. It's like you're summoning whatever the hell you're summoning. Like you don't do that, right? It's like walking around the Northwest with a honey glazed salmon suit,
yes,
walking around the forest, and you get mauled by a grizzly bear. Well, you're wearing you're wearing that suit. That's enticing, right?
Yeah.
But so obviously that's hilarious. It's hilarious in the sense that it's just
and yet people
wrong,
do it, and yet it's right,
and people do it,
yes.
And I try.
The equivalent of that is people dressing as Bigfoot and walking around in the forest and just asking to be run over by a truck or shot,
Look, no, and yeah, absolutely. Or engaging in law enforcement, acting like they're street lawyers.
Yeah,
not realizing that the cop has a gun and he can lay you down.
Yeah, well, definitely that white guy. I forget his name. The white guy who approached the ICE troopers, and he was just, that it was like that was clearly a suicide. Not to say the ICE was justified in killing him, but
right. Well, the problem is his white privilege didn't help him. Wrong time. Your complexion for the protection didn't. At that point, it doesn't work. Obviously, we're dealing with a different type of law enforcement. This is not law enforcement. It's a paramilitary, pretty much dressed in some type of cosplay. Just because they have police, they're not. They're just goons.
Thank you.
My point is.
Just think of them as Trump's private army. They're simply Trump's private army.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much. Obviously, this has been talked for a very long time, and it is what it is, and we'll continue to talk about it. But definitely, it's one of these things where when law enforcement has a gun, they have a gun, they can use it, and as much as you want to argue that's probably going to work against you.
Yes.
Obviously, you have the right to remain silent, and you should practice that. As much as
good point.
It's one of the things that the cops say is, well, if you lie to me, that's a crime. Well, that means I also don't have to answer.
Thank you.
But we're dealing right now in the days of, even now, like anything can be manipulated into a narrative where you're the bad person, right? It's more, you're guilty to proven innocent instead of innocent to proven guilty. But obviously, depending on the walk of life and what you look like, and how deep are your pockets. So, I mean, it's
by the way,
besides that, go ahead.
What that reminds me of was that young Latin American girl. She was born in Puebla, Mexico,
right.
And she works up the street at the local grocery on the corner, and right. I'm not going to give her name out publicly. I'll share it with our man Sammy privately when I catch up with him soon. But the other day when I walked in there, some weeks ago, a young ethnic, I don't know if he was Hispanic or some other ethnicity, but he was definitely not white in the typical sense. But he was hanging out with her, trying to get some ass. He's young, he's armed, he's feeling his cojones, and he's just moving in on her, and that's understandable. the store owner is Korean, and she finally kind of chased him out very subtly, very tactfully.
Right.
Is there something you need, officer? Some free coffee? Finally giving him the hint to stop, blocking the line, so to speak. But when with that particular young lady, the one thing that I started talking to her about was different subjects because of the Chinese Month of the Dead is starting tomorrow. It's
Right.
no Thursday, starting Thursday, and
Okay.
so she was comparing that to the Latin American Day of the Dead. But what
Right.
was what struck me that I didn't talk to her about just comes to my mind now with what you're presenting. The San Francisco police officer, like all of them, they have a standard requisite holster. In other words, there's no choice for a San Francisco Police Department officer. There's a regulation holster they have to have. And
Right.
so with this kind of holster, a lot of people don't understand this, but I've always been open about it. The gun belt is high on your waist, and the holster is on your gun belt, and it's positioned in such a way you can never draw it in time to respond to a threat. The idea
Right.
being that it forces police to go through the standard escalation of force. In other words, you have a
Right.
graduated response where it's supposed to be first the baton, and then you work up towards maybe the taser or the pepper spray, depending on the situation, and then ultimately your gun is the last resort. But it does the
Right.
opposite. What happens is the police, knowing that they can never draw their firearm in time to respond, they draw it first. And so
Right.
they'll draw it before, when they're called to a scene, they'll draw their firearms oftentimes if they feel the
Right.
scene is going to be. And the problem is when they confront the danger or even a non-danger, they're confronting a situation often with a drawn gun. This is
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
so everybody always remember that you're dealing with an individual whose first response reflexively may be to kill you. Just always bear that in mind and be cautious.
Right.
So back to Sammy with that. We don't need to dwell on that further, but if that brings up any thoughts, but
Right.
continue to where you were going to go, because I just had to get that out there.
Well, it's almost like a boxer
Yeah.
who signals his punches. You're
Yeah.
gonna know when he's gonna punch, so he might as well just start punching wildly
Yes.
because it's just obviously with the whole drawing your gun thing, which makes a lot of sense. That's why I've always it is what it is. It's just it's part of the nature of it's from case by case basis if you kind of technically break it down. But if you're a person of color and it's within your interest to shut up and comply. And I don't mean obviously if it's a life and death situation where it's in other words, there's a case by case basis, but more than likely you just probably need to not exercise your right to remain silent and not get shot.
Thank you.
Which even today it's almost impossible because they'll still shoot.
It's so true. It's not necessarily the advice we're giving will help you or save your life, but it's only the best advice we can give.
It gives you a fighting chance, to
Yes.
at least let the quote unquote judicial system do its job. But I'll give you an example. One of the cases that I've heard when it comes to immigration, if you do get kidnapped, is do not answer no questions. Let's say they do kidnap you.
Immediately, do not answer any questions. That's the first thing you've got to bear in mind. You don't need to talk. Continue.
Well, one of the reasons why is, when they ask you, where were you born? Who are you? And you knowingly don't want to. Well, one of the reasons why they ask you is because they want to look you up in their database. Well, what ICE doesn't realize is not every U.S. citizen is in the databases that they are looking at. It's based on algorithms. It's based on software. One of the good reasons is, let's say you've always been employed. Most, working Americans, meaning poor impoverished of color usually they start working at an early age. So what does that mean? Sometimes taking unemployment is not an option, depending on what type of background
That's right.
that you come from, especially early as a kid. Most early working people of color, especially in the Latin community, we're not taking unemployment because we have that guilt that, and I'm not saying every, but for the ones that I've known throughout my life, they have that, well, I want to work. I don't want nothing added to me, type of thing. They're not understanding the system. They're not going to, in other words, they're not going to get on any government assistance. So they're not going to register in these systems. Am I making sense?
Absolutely.
Or they haven't applied for a passport, so they're not going to pop up.
I mean, even the young lady at the corner store admitted to myself that she's been here all her life on a work permit. So in other words, she can't visit Mexico. She's afraid she won't be able to get back across the border. She's never visited her birthplace in her entire life since she came here as a child.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's in a lot of cases. That's the point where they have a work permit. In fact, what a lot of Americans sometimes forget is a lot of these work permits now. By the way, now they're approving the visas to come and work at dairies. Dairies is a huge. It's a lot of need in dairies, Doug, as far as shoveling shit, taking care of these cattle.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's immense. It's immense the work that's needed. Go on.
It's a lot of care, clipping their toenails.
Yeah.
You have to take care of these animals because the dairy system is one of the biggest industries that holds on to, drink all your milk and, your bones will they're healthy and, ice cream, we love ice cream and, and I love my dairy products, but, don't get me wrong. I love my dairy products. It's just, we've been indoctrinated to drink our milk or eat our dairy products because that's what we're indoctrinated to.
Yeah, we're supporting an industry, and believe me, it's okay. It's still, let's just put it this way, it's in Asia, because of lactose intolerance, that's the milk is looked on as like a waste product. It would be like the equivalent of eating the cow's piss or shit. But all
that's
that
very
being
interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. That makes a lot of sense. But the dairy, they're guaranteeing work visas to work at dairies, Doug.
Yeah.
Because it's that bad.
Yeah.
Where they've wiped out all this labor in these dairies because of policy that is backwards.
Yes.
That they've had to rehire and they have to bring in contracted labor through, brown people. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they're from Mexico or from Central America. They're brown. So
that's right.
In a lot of cases, it's just a revolving circle where we're gonna deport all these brownies, but to fit the narrative, but where is my glass of milk gonna come from?
Suddenly you wonder, right?
Really, I don't see Bill Gates' kids, lining up, or or Peter Thiel's kids lining up. I don't even know if he has kids, but, whatever.
I'm sure they have all kinds of kids, whether they produced them or not. I'm sure they got plenty of adoptees, but yeah, go on.
But the thing is, they're guaranteeing these work visas to, and these labor contracts because it's just this work needs to be done.
Yes.
These farmers are hurting as we speak, and it is what it is. It's just, definitely there's a lot of undocumented that have work permits. It's just they're also been targeted too. That's not going to save you now. I mean, it's not going to save you if you have a birth certificate. That's already in question there. And it's one of these things where, you know, you can say, well, why are you still bringing this up? This is all you talk about. But, you know, this is a huge issue because I don't see people are not running to these dairies to get a job.
That's for damn sure.
Nobody wants to work in these dairies.
Well, certainly not.
Nobody.
Here, what Sammy is presenting is this critical choke point in the American economy where you've got white collar workers are being laid off in massacres, just purges due to AI. They cannot transfer into these industries where they're clipping cows' toenails or milking them or are caring for. It's just not an industry they can even qualify for. They would die, literally die, working in those industries. They couldn't hack it. So you're going to get people who are able to withstand that intensity of labor, and they're just not coming from the unemployed masses that are being rendered, practically homeless by Elon Musk and all the rest of the massacre masters of the whole AI industry. Right. So you've got this critical juncture of a bunch of white people becoming unemployed, but they cannot work the fields and they cannot work these dairies or these various other industries. It's the men in brown and the ladies who are going to be called upon to do that. So there's this thing called heat stroke. There's exposure to the element. There's all kinds of things that, your Caucasian skin has not evolved to handle in terms of overexposure to sunlight for long periods of time because you come from northern climates. There's only a commonsensical reason that blacks were enslaved in the Deep South. They could pick cotton. They weren't using Irish slaves to pick the cotton down in the Deep South. They instead were applied for wage slavery on building railroads out west, but they wouldn't have been suitable for picking cotton in the Deep South. That was where the blacks took over after all the Native Americans they had enslaved had died. So, as a matter of fact, in South America, where the conquistadors had conquered for the church, well, all of the enslaved Native Americans died very quickly, and they imported more blacks than they even did in North America, down into South America, where you've got an enormous black population, particularly in Brazil.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so go on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And honestly, in Mexico's, it's not even a secret. It's just, I think it's miseducation and just, it's propaganda, really, because one of the things of Latin media is they don't promote. It's colorism. Just to kick the door down, it's colorism. Okay, yes. Most novellas don't promote anything ethnic. If they do, they're either slaves or some type of servant. It's not reality, is what I'm trying to say. But within, even in Mexico, there's a huge African American population because of the slave trade. It's just because people tend to stereotype, well, this is what a Mexican looks like, or someone of Mexican descent. Well, that's completely wrong because there's plenty of African American heritage. I would even say in the food. One of the foods that I'm sure you ate, you've been to a Mexican restaurant, is the red rice, the red Mexican rice. Yes. Okay, that comes from Africa, which is jollof. Jollof rice is just a rice dish that, it's rice that is flavored with a tomato-based sauce, and it turns red with X amount of spices. But in other words, there's just a lot of influence of African culture. Menudo is one of the things that comes to mind. But my point is, all this is just based on, globalization, but it's just not promoted because, it's just what the people in control are as far as advertisement,
we have to admit that what happened was the European colonial impact on the culture throughout Latin America is still there. And it's created a caste system that has not yet been broken. The caste system is still very much there. Two things to bring up that come to my mind immediately. One of them is the violence in Brazil. I made a stereotype. This is a very general stereotype, but at the same time, any Brazilian who has heard me say this, they'll laugh and agree that overall it's an accurate stereotype. Like I said, nobody, generally speaking, works, quote unquote, in Brazil. The blacks are all too busy shaking booty if they're not busy shooting each other. The whites are all too busy shaking booty if they're not busy shooting blacks. And the only thing keeping the economy together is the Japanese middle class. Brazil has the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan, and they basically do the work. And Brazilians will hear this, they'll laugh. Obviously, there's exceptions to every generalization, but as a stereotype, generally speaking, it works. The other point to bring up is that the asthma rates were studied by MDs out of necessity. And the asthma rates for Mexicanos is comparatively low compared to Puerto Ricans. And the reason why is the amount of interbreeding with the blacks that has taken place. So the more interbred with blacks that the general baseline population is, the higher their asthma rates. And so the thing to note is that Puerto Rico is the blackest of the Latin American nations outside of pure black places like Jamaica or Haiti. Yeah, it would be Puerto Rico. But when it comes to Mexico, they're actually quite white, especially towards the north. And so the and most Mexicanos, the majority would consider themselves Caucasian. But there is a large black minority, but they haven't really interbred with the rest of the. So are they like enclaved, like in ghettos, or just kind of like?
No. Well, here's the thing. Okay, Veracruz is one in particular that I know that has a lot of African American population.
Yeah.
And see, what I've observed is culturally, we've had in mixed and interbred with that. It's just it's not that there's enclaves, it's just it hasn't been as promoted or really looked at. It's almost where it exists, but they're not going to promote it because it's just culturally, it's just how things are at the time being. One of the reasons why I'm telling you this is because Mexico is going to get more diverse now because of what's going on right now in the U.S.
Yes.
There's going to be a lot of Iranian mixture with Mexico because of the World Cup.
That's right.
If not, even before that.
Yeah.
Iran's a big friend of Mexico now because of how they pretty much welcome the Iranians. A lot of what is that country that Russia's bombing right now? It's not coming. Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine.
A lot of Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainians and a lot of Africans are migrating to Mexico as well. So Mexico is becoming a huge melting pot.
Are the Ukrainians going to Mexico because they're not being allowed in the United States?
Yeah, that's part of it.
That's incredible.
That's a huge part of it.
And they're bleach white, and they're bleach fucking white. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, it's the way our administration is right now. It's not necessarily efficient. It's ran by a madman. But
yeah, true.
And it's my point is they're gonna establish even more and more of a global foot. And I'm not saying Mexico is going to be I'm not saying that, but they're going to benefit from all this integration because it's just natural. That's one of the things I think that we've always talked about the U.S. global empire, is because we've never really promoted our empire. We've always still stuck on the good old U.S. of A. And still stuck in just our past issues. This is what continues to keep this country very stagnant. Absolutely. In the sense of really of the global economic scene,
because it has not come to terms. We have not come to terms with the fact that we are an empire at all. We instead prefer to think of ourselves as somehow importing democracy. But go on, yes.
Well, and that backfires because the drastic change of I would say the last 4 administrations have been night and day. Obviously, our foot in the Middle East is gone. Yeah. It's decimated.
Yes.
So that is going to suffer. But also, when we destroy all these nations, people are going to start looking to migrate where, the food and shelter is at. That's another reason why it's the cause and effect, right? Obviously World War II had its migrations of Japanese Americans leaving California and the West Coast because of the internment camps.
Well, leaving the United States, period. Yes.
Well, period, and that had its drastic effect. To this point where you talked about being a Pacific Asian American is you're one in a few.
One of the ultimate minorities. Continue. Just
right. So it's. Go ahead, Doug.
I was just going to say, just shy of
the audience.
Just shy of the Native Americans themselves. The Native Americans, of course, were so thoroughly exterminated that they're the ultimate minority. But aside from them, are bordering, are equal, maybe even less than them if we count pure Asians. If we're not counting Asian Indians, and Filipinos, and just counting, this is why the whole term API, or Asian Pacific Islander American, was even coined. Was because the Asian Pacific Americans who were pure East Asian, meaning Taiwanese or Korean or what few Japanese were left, which are just unicorns, or Chinese, are much more populous. But that's changing now with the Trump administration's rejection of anyone from China, and his attack on birthright citizenship is also an attack on Chinese immigration. Because the entire history of birthright citizenship really traces back to Chinese immigration, the original standing case, the precedent. But all of that being said, the point is that if you're not counting Asian Indians or Filipinos and Samoans or Pacific Islanders, and you just go straight for East Asians, we're really less demographically in number than even Native Americans. And so that's how few we are. But for that reason, we lobbied for ages to basically merge our identity with Pacific Islanders, meaning Filipinos and Polynesians, simply so we could have a greater representation for demographic or sensorial purposes, and try and gain some influence with lobbying. All of that has failed miserably. I still use the term Asian Pacific Islander American out of habit. The reality is it's a term that's not used anymore. They now simply say Asian American, and this is due to a massive influx of Asian Indians and Pakistanis. So that's But anyhow, back to Sammy, just to put that in context.
Well, that's one of the thing about us too is. Like example, like a Punjabi. Punjabis are pretty much, they're really brown. They pretty much are Asian Mexicans. I'll give you. There's a Punjabi music artist that plays in a Mexican band. There's a Punjabi band that plays Mexican corridos, and literally you just stick sombrero on him or a Tejana hat on him, and he passes as a Mexican.
That's incredible. That's so cool.
In a lot of it, you can say even, I mean, a Palestinian can play a Mexican, to tell you the truth. Like, it's really not that big of a difference in the sense of optics is what I'm talking about optics, honestly, you know. Hell, Cheech and Chong, Cheech Maravich can play an Indian guy if you just put a turban on him, you know. It's not that hard. But now that you talked about, you know, the Asian population, I also have to think about the celebrities. Like in my hand, Mr. Sulu, the guy that paid for the Sulu.
George Takei.
Who was that one lady on CNN? Janet Choi. What was her name?
Oh God, I can't remember. It's been so long. Oh fuck, Jesus, she was there forever. Yeah, you meant the one who was married to who was that talk show host? God damn, I can't remember. Connie Chung. Connie Chung.
There you go. Sorry. Yeah, Connie Chung. So it's amazing that we were even accepted. These celebrities were even accepted. It's almost there. Is, you know, it's like the typical stereotypical Asian is what I'm trying to say. You know,
well, the reason they were always, the females were much more accepted because of the white male having yellow fever. When it comes to the Asian males, all they were good for in cinema was to play the 3 Gs, is what they called it: geeks, gooks, and gangsters. Was all they were good for in cinema.
Right.
But Asian Pacific women were viewed as exotic. And basically, as I said, the white attraction is a frustrated pedophilia. They don't develop breasts. They don't develop hips. They look like young boys. And so, or children. They look like young children. And so whites love Asian girls because they can fantasize they're fucking a child or an underage girl. Yeah, that's what it comes down to generally. Again, stereotype, but it works most of the time. Go on, continue. Yeah.
One of the books that I had to read in college was the Joy Luck Club. I don't know if you ever read that book.
I certainly know of it, and I know it became required reading. And that was after my time, though. I wasn't in school at that time, so I missed out.
Right. But it's, you know, it's one of these books that, you know, it's an interesting book, but it's based on Chinese stereotypical novels. For example, when you talked about, you know, one of your friends was it Beaver's brother, the CPA?
Yes.
And then Beaver obviously is on the other side of the coin, a gangster, right? But it's one of my friends, and I'll give you an example. One of my friends was going to be a pharmacist, right? Was going to go into pharmacy. He was going to be a pharmacist, and he was pretty much 2 years in, and he just was unhappy, you know. And I caught up with him, and he said, "Look, I saw I could complete it. This, you know, my degree and get my pharmaceutical license, and it makes this 6-figure salary, but I was going to be miserable." And he told me that he had a Korean acquaintance that was in the same program he was at, UC San Diego, and his Korean friend said, "Look, you're so lucky that you have the choice to just stop and just pursue what you want to pursue, because my family literally." They might as well have him at gunpoint.
Absolutely.
That he's going to be a pharmacist. He's going to be a pharmacist whether you like it or not. Like, my life depends on this. If I don't become a pharmacist,
he'll be
pretty much dead.
Yeah, he'll be disowned.
I'll be ostracized. He'll be disowned. So, you know, he told me he still keep in touch with him, but he's miserable. He makes a 6-figure salary, but it's like he's a walking ATM is what
it's so sad. It is so sad. And I remember I told you, and I always bring this story up. I'd have to look up her name first before I talk about it. But the young Vietnamese girl who killed her parents, she was driven to kill her parents because they were pulling that shit on her. And this is in a lot of these Asian families. There's no love. Literally, as Westerners would understand, it's just, you will be a doctor, you will be a CPA, you will be a pharmacist. It's like, and it's just, this is what you're going to do because that's the way they operate. And it's so sad. But this one, let me look up this one, a Vietnamese girl who murdered her parents, and because it's a story that it's Jennifer Pan. She was Canadian born, woman of Vietnamese descent, and basically she grew up with these horrible immigrant parents who just said, you've got to have high academic achievement, and she was unable. And guess what it was? It was a pharmacology career
Wow.
that she was being forced into, and
Right.
and she couldn't handle it, and but they said, well, if you don't, we're going to disown you, and you'll be out on the street, no help from us, and
Right.
and and so she was driven, while she was still in the will, she was driven to go to her boyfriend. They orchestrated a home invasion to kill her parents, but unfortunately, and I say this quite sincerely, unfortunately, her father survived and fingered her,
Wow. Wow.
and then she was, of course, she's in jail, and hopefully she gets I'd say she and her co-conspirators were sentenced to life in prison, but I hope there's a retrial at some point. Yeah, it's such a terrible case.
Hey, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, welcome aboard. This
hey,
is
Douglas.
I believe it's Joseph Araujo has joined us. Welcome aboard.
Hey, all this talk about
yeah.
race and stuff, it makes me bring up the National Socialistes.
Yeah.
Can you just break down what their idea was? Because I know it wasn't necessarily like a separate division of races, but it was more an idea of nationalism between each race. So
Absolutely.
I'm curious on what you have to say about that,
Well,
especially
first,
when it comes to a lot of this racism.
Let's introduce you to Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero, this is Joseph
okay.
Araujo. So Joseph Araujo, perhaps you could share with us.
Hey, Sammy, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, well, hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm good, man. Just a new viewer, and Douglas got me on the call, so
yeah.
I just had I was listening to y'all's
Awesome.
topic, and it just made me think about that, especially because the huge racism we have in America nowadays.
Yeah. Well, I do want you to understand that Joseph Araujo has contributed recently more than once, and we certainly welcome his presence. But do us a favor, Joseph. I'll get back to your question in a moment. We want to make certain that, like I said before when you were on, I try not to lose my train of thought. Let's let Sammy finish his, and so then we'll get back to the National Socialism because it is important. And I do have a few questions for you as well, just out of curiosity. But
yeah, didn't mean to bump into the conversation. Just had that thought.
Oh no,
so go ahead,
it's
Sammy.
fine. No, it's always fine to interject and come on. And Sammy's used to it. Oh God, he deals with our dear Holly, and Holly will just blurt, and Sammy's very.
Holly's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Sammy's a sweetheart.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all are. Honestly, Doug, I think this is great. I'm glad that you have a new contributor. Obviously, I've always told you that. Unfortunately, as a person of your background and a savant that you are, let's just keep it real. You're a scholar and all these wonderful things. And you're gonna have to reintroduce yourself, even some of your, obviously, the elephant in the room as far as your knowledge of that, because you're gonna have these Gen Zs and these late millennials too. But I think you're starting to see it, that your message is gravitating more and more to this new generation that is not the baby boomer, older Gen X type of audience, because the indoctrination as far as that era is fading out. Obviously, our Congress is a very good example. Our senators are a very good example of who should not be administrating this nation anymore.
Absolutely.
It's the concept of history. And history, what it is identity, Doug, when it comes to World War II, as far as the winning side.
And by the way, Samuel Romero has always observed, quite rightly, that everything going on between communist China and the revisionist Russian Empire is that they're still fighting World War II. Even Trump is stuck in World War II. All of the allies can't get over losing World War II. And they're desperately trying to restart the conflict to try and carry it to an ultimate end. But they will pay for that. But back to Sammy.
The thing is about that is you don't want to wake up a sleeping giant when it comes to that particular subject. One of the reasons why 10 years ago you were so, I mean, you continue being censored, but 10 years ago when you were covering this at a more passionate level, when you were introducing yourself, when you were a we call it informant.
Public informant was the term I used. PI.
You were public informant,
yeah.
and obviously your quote unquote rival, Colonel Aquino, was in the physical, was alive in the physical sense, and literally was trying to stop anything you were a part of. This message was a little bit. You were really hitting home with this. Obviously, fast forward to now. You cover more modern topics, but because of this new audience now, I think you've been knowing this already. It's more of a context of you kind of organizing things and representing it. And people can go in the archives of Doug's past transmissions. It's just, it's a huge story that Doug has talked about. Very nauseating. I mean, Doug has done 12-hour lives on this type of subject. He used to do, and not too long ago, he used to do 12 hours each transmission, which was insane. Right. But I'm glad that you kind of condense your time. 6 hours, 5 hours is still a lot. But my point is, your story, you're gonna have to reintroduce your story. Obviously, your book that was terribly published as far as
terribly published, never intended to be sold. It was never intended to be sold. Yes, continue. By Peter.
That can always be that can always be redone, and that can just be reintroduced. That's not a problem. Yes. The thing is, people are now starting to get curious of the Third Reich. Yes. Because let's be honest, what's going on in the world, what's going on domestically here in the U.S. is starting to show that a certain particular demographic is getting all the benefits, controlling the narrative, so on and so forth. And, people have to look to the past and have to wonder, these events happen for a reason. Well, why? And why? The word why and the questions why are going to come up. And some, Adolf Hitler, who was the multiple times person of the year. Yes. Let's not forget that. The man of the year, that per the Times magazine, that's nothing to be ignored. That speaks volume to the point of why did this person become Times person of the year more than one time? Yes. We're not dealing with an insane person. We're not dealing with a dictator. You always get labeled as a dictator, but it is what it is. My point is, you have this new generation now and this is where I think you're really going to flourish, because, these young new generation, as far as minds, the past just seems like a Star Wars story, where, the atomic bombs were dropped and everything happened and that nurse was
raped, sexually assaulted on the street,
assaulted by that sailor. But that's pretty much that war in a nutshell. It was an assault, not just sexually, but literal assault on these nations of color. Yes. And the Third Reich pretty much alone merged with these nations of color, which Italy and Japan, but also Asia, and the rest is history. I'm not going to explain it how you explain it, but in other words, this is why we donate to Doug. I think Doug is human like anybody. I don't care.
Thank you.
What your physiology, and obviously your physiology, but your human side gets tired. You get, you're human. You need motivation. That's one of the reasons why I try to, to at least contribute what I can, and when I can, right?
Thank you.
But what we're seeing now is these young adults now that are going to be quote unquote our future, well, this is where information now becomes almost like a guerrilla war, where because they're suppressing so much history and they're trying to rewrite history in the sense of not even rewrite it, just destroy it.
Thank you.
You know, there's no point. You know, you can't argue in court, you know, about what really happened. It's just destroy it, right?
Yes.
So, you know, I think this new caller now and this person that, you know, Joseph, is a valid question why he said, well, you know, about, you know, Asians and the Third Reich, but that's really, it's almost like a metaphor is, you know, this new young generation is hungry to kind of understand as far as what you got to offer to the world. You know, I think it's just a matter of time. But, you know, back to what we're talking about, you know, when my friend got out of that pharmaceutical program, it was because he was unhappy. And I think his friend, because now he's a pharmacist and he's making 6-figure salary, is miserable, but he's pretty much imprisoned in this position now where he is still considered the breadwinner, and he's doing time pretty much. You know, it's sad.
Like he's been sentenced to life, effectively, but
right, you know, but it's mostly, you know, you want to keep up and you want to, you know, be respectful of your parents, but at a certain point you're gonna break out. It's just, it's inevitable.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's ironic that when you want to be a legal drug dealer, well, you know,
that's what it is.
It's almost like,
that's what it is.
It's almost like the illegal side. It's probably more fun and more thrilling than the legal side because, yeah, you get, you know, you can get killed with a gunshot, but I mean, you slowly get tortured into going to a profession where, you know, you're working these 10, 12-hour days.
Yeah.
But, you know,
and that's what it is, by the way. I want people to understand being a pharmacist is no fucking fun. These are, like Sammy said, these are 10 to 12-hour shifts at times, at least, you know, certainly.
Right. You don't have the amount of coke and you know, loose women around you that you can enjoy at least. You know?
Well, actually,
right?
You do have access to a lot of drugs that you can take advantage of, either through self-abuse or sharing them with chicks to get laid. I mean, being a pharmacist has its benefits. You know what? But the problem with your friend is he's a family man. But go on. Yeah, that's his problem.
Well, then again, it lets you know how much I know. But, you know, then again, you know, the legality of it is you're just pushing legal stuff through quote unquote legal cartels. Yeah. But you know, that's kind of my 2 cents. But I mean, you know, it's been a productive week, honestly. Like I said, I want to go watch that movie as entertainment, and you know, it's just you know, adulting. That's all it is. I think and anybody listeners can at least have something in common with me is, you know, you adults, you have to adjust to things, and obviously you have your obligations, you know. So, you know, that's kind of a nutshell, Doug. I'll let you.
Well, do me a favor. Let's, before we turn towards Joseph, and I do want to ask him a few questions in return. I want to bring Aristides on. Aristides, if you're with us, I just want to show you the calendar while Sammy's with us. Joseph's welcome to look as well. I'll do a screen share. So let's see if Aristides is able to respond. Okay. Excellent. So let's do that screen share. So, gentlemen, if you guys can see the screen share, let me know. Aristides, in particular, but Sammy as well. Okay, excellent. So this is my calendar for the month, and you can see this is really full. I want people to know, in general, for their information, through tomorrow, after I take out the refuse, get my Meals on Wheels delivered, I'll try and answer some questions and some communications. Aristides, of course, left me that link in the private messages. Aaron Tice I'll have to respond to, along with Sammy Romero, need to catch up. Sheila Gavin out there, honey, if you're listening, love you dearly, and we'll get back to you. Brendan Zogit sent me some incoming news. And then, of course, there's Amy Como. So I've got your email, Amy. I'll want to talk to you about that. Now, basically, tomorrow, of course, I've got to transfer whatever money comes into my account. So everybody who's contributing now, contribute while you can, by tomorrow. If you're listening to this on Monday, try and get your money in for a contribution so I can transfer it in time to the bank so I can withdraw it shortly after that to use later in the month. This is, of course, something to bring to people's attention just so that they understand how busy I am when they're trying to communicate with me. When it comes to the, we're going to be working with the, here we are. Important stuff here. We've got streets under repair. So people who are driving me, such as T-Tank Barry, who contributed his truck to my the cause of my surgery, that we sold that and we were able to pay for the first half of the surgery. People who are picking me up, we have construction that started for some mysterious reason on my street, which creates a choke point that would make an ideal ambush site whenever they're active. It's right there on 1230 Green Street, right up the street. Goes to show you with what I'm dealing with locally. But this Thursday, the 13th, this is when we start the ghost month. This is the month of the dead, when the gates of hell are opened in Chinese culture and all the dead walk the earth. It culminates on the 27th. The 27th will be effectively the metaversal, not universal, but between universes, the metaversal New Year's Day of the dead. That will be the height of supernatural activity as believed in Chinese tradition. With that, I'm going to have to twice cancel my Meals on Wheels delivery, which means I miss half of my meals for this month. Not that I'm going to be home much, or not that it's very good food, but it means less caloric intake if I were home. So just letting people know, again, donations, contributions are important because of my ability to eat outside. Other than that, the Chinese ancestral spirit season, which is only, the Japanese ancestral spirit season, basically Japanese Halloween as it's perceived in the West, though it's taken much more seriously, will be the 13th through the 15th. And then, of course, on the day of the 15th will be the day that World War II did not end, but went into ceasefire. So that's something that I've brought up at great length in the past. No need to go into it right now. This is known in the West as Victory in the Pacific Day, or VP Day. For many years it was called VJ Day, or Victory in Japan Day, till the Japanese ordered that the British and the Americans stop referencing it as such. So all that being said, if anyone else is listening, Bela Lugosi's Death Day comes up on the 16th, Sunday the 16th of next week. And believe it or not, 2 weeks after that, on the Sunday transmission will be Frankenstein Day, actually a recognized holiday, recognizing Mary Shelley. Around this weekend, Brendan Zogit might be joining us, and he's certainly back in the States, and we'll be checking in with him soon enough. I actually have it to call Holly Kiefer. That's how I maintain my old phone scheduled. If you're listening, Holly, just so you know that. Wednesday the 19th, I will be back in time for the transmission, but that is Chinese Valentine's Day. Now, the Chinese have about half a dozen Valentine's Days throughout the year, but this is the Qiji festival, marking the romantic myth of the cowherd and the weaver girl at opposite ends of the Milky Way, who come back to meet each other during this time period. Now, it's around this time that I'll be given the surgery arrival time. I'll have to cancel Meals on Wheels for that week. Talk to my man upstairs about toter retrieval for after my surgery, meaning, who puts the garbage back in the basement, the toters, when I'm gone. All of that being said, clear liquids all day, stop solid foods. On the 23rd, the 24th will be the surgery and convalescence begins. All of that, by the way, I received a box today of pre-surgical supplements, some kind of liquid nutrition. I didn't get that for my last surgery. I guess this is what happens when you pay $7,000. They send you shit. It's been 2 years since my last surgery will be the 28th. It will be the 2nd year anniversary of my sinus surgery. That was right after that Peter Moon and George Knight started conspiring to make certain this surgery never happened. When they both turned and openly started acting against myself. Now, the Okinawans, who are heavily Sinified, have a very Chinese-style culture. They will be celebrating their ancestral spirit season right after my surgery. And again, I'll have to cancel Meals on Wheels so I can go in surgery for the follow-up. Then right after that, we've get post-operative care follow-up, then my allergy shot right after that, where they stick in all the liquefied dust mites into my blood system.
Wow.
Yeah, so, okay, so this is quite the month. Just want to make certain everybody knew how busy it's going to be, and just so they get an impression of my communications compatibility. But we'll certainly intend to catch up with people soon, and it brings to mind some other things to bring up towards my listeners tonight, which we're definitely going to get into right after I address Joseph. Some things about a lot of systems have been breaking down lately. So I want to be reminded by people, if I forget, that when I went down to the pre-op, was driven down by T. Tank Berry to my pre-operative consultation with my plastic surgeon on just the other day. And when I went down to CV first in the cab, I couldn't even pay him with my paratransit card because the system went down. When we got to Kaiser Hospital in San Rafael, I couldn't check in conventionally because the system went down. All of these AI data centers are killing systems all over California, and they can't function due to all of the juice being sucked up by these supermassive data centers. We will get back to that. So if not tonight, it's going to be a theme I want to be reminded about in the near future. I do want to remind people, help as much as you can this month because of the fact that I had to pay my local lycanthrope, dear friend, to fix what had happened with the Microsoft, where he had to get me back in. I paid the $300 I owed him. Sammy's contribution certainly helps. Joseph Araujo's contribution certainly helped, but everyone else participate as much as your income allows. With all of that being said, we're going to return to the subject soon enough that Joseph Araujo raised with me last time he was on, just last episode, about the Japanese yen. Sammy says, BRD, and blessed be for the night, Sammy. We love you dearly. All right, then. So have yourself a wonderful evening. We're going to turn towards Joseph now. And just out of curiosity, dear Joseph, before I, turn towards the Third Reich, just out of curiosity, you strike me as someone who lives in San Antonio, as you said. Do you identify more via your name as like a Tex-Mex or with the Spanish European descent? Your family. Just curious.
That's a great question. My grandfather on my dad's side, he descends from Monterrey, Mexico, and my grandmother from my dad's side, she descends from Serbia. She was a Serbian immigrant and came to America. She actually went to Illinois, and her adopted family, her adopted father was a Mexican nationalist, so he was in between Mexico and United States, so he decided to move to San Antonio so he can be closer to Mexico. And so they came in here, and then she met my grandfather, who was from Monterrey. And so that's my dad's lineage. My mom's lineage, my grandmother's dad has some French lineage, and then I'm not sure where her lineage is. But yeah, I kind of a mutt, honestly. I think just a mix of everything.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I use the term cosmogenate, and that means
cosmogenate. Yep.
Yeah, it's like cosmopolitan, but genetic. And the old term used to be miscegenate or miscegenation, which was, of course, a negative. And when it comes to, we want to use a positive term for people like you and I, who are hybridized of multi-ethnic background. When it comes to hybrid vigor, which was studied by geneticists, it's well understood that this, generally speaking, produces a positive result. Again, not the subject for right now. We can go into that another time. It was something that was, however, explored by the Nazis, and brings us back to your subject. The one thing I am curious about is when it comes to the Serbian aspect. Were you aware that I fought with the Serbs on their side during the Balkan conflict? You know I served as a mercenary in the Balkans.
Aren't you blessed by them?
Yes. In other words,
not coronated.
Well, I wasn't. I wasn't consecrated. That would imply that would imply more something that would be an object. But I use that term sometimes as a slip of the tongue, as almost like in a sense of humor, as if I were an object. But what happened is that I was baptized. So basically, I had a battlefield baptism, in the sense that it wasn't on the battlefield, but it was due to the fact that I was serving as a mercenary in conflict when I personally met the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, which, for those of you who are unaware of the history, basically what had happened was the Emperor Alexander Karađorđević, his son, who was the second emperor of the first Yugoslavia, or king, the second king of Yugoslavia, he sided immediately with the Axis. He was on the side of the Axis, and he was overthrown in a violent military junta. When he was overthrown, his family fled to London. And in London, they remained in exile. The Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia are called such because they were born in exile and were never formally coronated. As such, they are a monarchy that is waiting for a reestablishment of a constitutional recognition, which hopefully will happen at least in Serbia. It's, of course, highly doubtful that there will be a third Yugoslavia, or a reunification of Serbia and Croatia and other areas. There's simply been too much bloodshed to imagine that happening, and I really see no need for it. It might happen in a truncated sense between Serbia and Montenegro, or Macedonia. But that having been expressed, again, we'll see what happens in the future. But when it comes to the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, I was asked to, they could not abide by a non-Christian serving them in their military under direct orders from them. So as a result, I underwent a baptism that was just before I went back to the Balkans. Where I met them was in London. And before I returned to...
So wait, what year was this? I'm curious.
Oh, we're talking about the 1990s. It was around 1991. No, about 1992, 93. I honestly, where you can find it is in my LinkedIn. Remember, all this was literally decades ago, and I've been doing a lot of drinking and drugs to purposefully forget the chronology since that point. But our man T-Tank, when he was with me, he was asking me about the time I was with the San Francisco Police Department, and I literally told him, check the LinkedIn. The LinkedIn has the chronology down, and it's accessible to anyone but myself. I can't look at it because I don't know how to access it anymore. So when I look at myself on LinkedIn, I get this sign in bullshit. But other people can find me just by looking themselves, and they can access my LinkedIn easily. Just bizarre shit. But that's how it works, or doesn't work. I'll have to get together with Brendan someday soon to teach me how to break back into my LinkedIn. The only correction I want to make is just very few corrections in there. One of them is my time with the University of San Francisco, where I worked as a policeman, and they have literal sworn police officers serving strictly the University of San Francisco, the Jesuit university. I worked there for a short period of time. And but other than that, a few things like that, there's really not much to add into it. It's pretty complete. So if I remember correctly, it was around 92, 93 that I was in the Balkans. I remember what happened there, the year in which it happened. That's, I have to go back and look. But it had to be around 92, 93. But it was a time of, it was a bad time in many ways. The best of times and the worst of times. I had a young lady there I was going to marry and bring back to the United States, but she died. She was murdered. Now, but that being said, without getting too deeply into that right now,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I really am.
When it comes to the situation, just to bring that up to you, because when you mentioned your Serbian background, then I had to ask. I had to ask if you knew about that my service there. And I do want people to know that at that time, I was engaged in active conflict against NATO forces. So I do want people to understand that your politics have to change with time based on what is going on. And at that time, I was technically fighting against Nazis. You may have heard me bring this up before. If anyone wants to know when the last recorded Nazi armored mechanized advance took place in history, the overwhelming majority of people on Earth are not going to know it was in the 1990s. That was Croatia, which had been an Axis member state, had never signed any peace with the Allies. Croatia was, of course, absorbed by the communist Croatian Josip Broz Tito, who had, quote-unquote, fought against the Nazis. He himself, of course, was a coward who had done no such thing, but communist partisans, or forces nominally under his command, were fighting the Nazis. He absorbed his Croatia, his native Croatia, into the second communist, or communized, Yugoslavia. And Josip Broz Tito, he was someone who then basically became a third force in Europe. People need to understand that the largest armed forces present in Europe were the Warsaw Pact forces under the Greater Soviet Union. The second most numerous forces were NATO, especially as bolstered by United States occupation forces. But the third largest armed force in Europe was Yugoslavia throughout the so-called Cold War, the Third World War in effect. And Yugoslavia held its own. Albania was sheltered by Yugoslavia in that sense. And Albania never ceased its declaration of war against the Soviet Union. So a lot of people are unaware that Enver Hoxha, the communist dictator of Albania, who turned Albania into Europe's North Korea, he was aligned with communist China under Mao Zedong. He was a blood enemy of the Soviets and had always emphasized the fact that Albania was still in a legal state of war with the Soviet Union. The Yugoslavia was no friend of the Soviets, and they became supported by the capitalists as a bulwark against the Soviets. And they were the real military force that NATO was relying on to hold the Balkan flank. And so when Yugoslavia fell apart due to Robert Dole, the senator, he introduced legislation to support the breakup of Yugoslavia. And they funded secessionist movements, particularly the Croatians, the Hrvatski. And the Hrvatski, when they regained independence, immediately reinstituted under Tudjman the Nazi government. And they flew the Nazi emblem of Hrvatska, Greater Croatia, the Šihovnica. And their units in the field flew the swastika, flew the Hakenkreuz. And they recruited neo-Nazis from all over the world, including the United States. And these forces were the crews of their mechanized units that advanced into Bosnia and Herzegovina, into Bosnia. So you had mechanized armored columns blitzkrieging through Bosnia and Herzegovina, through Bosnia, flying the Hakenkreuz. The Šihovnica was their shield. That was the emblem on the tanks. But their flags were the swastika. The Hakenkreuz is the Deutsches Sprech, the German speak for the hooked cross, the swastika. We actually teamed up at one point to fight the Muslims. That was, of course, the third force, which at that point was sponsored and supported by Iran under Izetbegovic. And this was the complexity of the war in the Balkans. So this is a situation I can always return to again in the future, but understand this: historically, Nazi blitzkriegs were still taking place in Europe in the 1990s. Now, all of these people involved today in Ukraine, Putin being preeminent, the foremost among them, are still fighting World War II. As I've explained before, when Stalin basically collectivized Soviet Russia, and ergo, thereby, destroyed the harvest, then what happened was they stole all the food from the Ukraine. This created a mass famine in the Ukraine, in which 15 million people died, well over the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust, over twice the number, as recognized by Jews themselves. And all of the killers were Jewish, the Judeo-Bolshevik commissars. This was because after the communists had killed all of the nobility, which could read and write, overwhelmingly, statistically 100% of Russians were completely illiterate. The overwhelming majority, well over 99%, could neither read nor write. There had been no need to educate them. And as a result, the only people who could were the middle class, which was exclusively Jewish. The doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the pharmacists, and they became the commissars who oversaw the Holodomor, the Holocaust of Ukrainians. For this reason, the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich. And the largest open-air massacre of Jews to take place outside of a death camp was in the Ukraine. It was in Babi Yar, where for days and days they slaughtered Jews. In fact, they forced them to kill each other and made them dig their own mass graves first before they did it. Now, they were some of the most enthusiastic among the Nazis, the Ukrainians. So when Vladimir Putin says the Ukrainians are Nazis, he's not lying. And the only way they got help from the Western world was by electing a Jewish president. But understand that the most active, combat active Nazis in the world today are fighting in Ukraine. So everyone's still fighting World War II. World War II has never ended. Yet people have no comprehension of Nazi ideology. So when Joseph Araújo is asking about the Third Reich and its racial ideology, it's very important to understand the concept of their ideological stance on race and nation. So the first thing to come to grips with is that when it came to the Wehrmacht, the armed forces of the Third Reich, the Wehrmacht simply means war machine. Wehrmacht. And the war machine, the Wehrmacht, consists of all the conventional branches of service. The Landwehr, or the army, which in German is simply spelled ARMEE. In order to avoid confusion, because reading the word out, it's kind of like everybody in the U.S. Armed Forces, instead of saying the number 9, they'll say Niner, 7, 8, Niner, in order to avoid confusion with the German word for no, which is 9. So in order to avoid confusion with that German word, Americans developed their own terminology when it came to numbers. And it's the same with the term army. It's so confusing that historians simply use the term Wehrmacht, which means all the armed services, to generally refer to the German army. But other elements of the Wehrmacht were the Kriegsmarine, or the militarized navy, which is to be disambiguated from the Reichsmarine, or the German merchant navy, and the Luftwaffe, which simply means air force, which is also technically part of the Wehrmacht. All of these were ideologically indoctrinated to an extent, the Luftwaffe the most Nazified among them, the Wehrmacht second after that, the Kriegsmarine the least politicized of all, and yet it was the Kriegsmarine commandant of the U-boot submarine arm, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who became the Führer of the Third Reich once Hitler escaped. He was the Kriegsführer, or the war leader of the Third Reich for the time remaining on the surface world, in which his primary responsibility was mass evacuation of civilians, and as well, the surrender of forces in the field wherever he could to the Allies. He was someone who was then put in prison for a good part of his life, where he wrote his memoirs, but ultimately was released and died maybe a decade thereafter in freedom. His health impacted, as he had stated, by his exposure to the German deployment of the atomic bomb in Estonia, Kurland, where he was overseeing the largest human evacuation of refugees in all of recorded history. He oversaw the evacuation of literally millions of people, which is why Hitler made him the Führer as he escaped. Now, when it comes to the Wehrmacht, they were the legacy of the First Reich, Imperial Germany, formerly in service to the Kaiser, the Emperor. They fought for the nation. The SS, the Schutzstaffel, that was a product of centuries of secret organization. The SS was incepted by Adam Weishaupt in a direct response to the American threat to Europe. The Americans were, as they came to be identified, United States Americans. Always remember, and this is something Americans themselves don't even know, for some stupid reason that boggles my mind. Everyone seems to understand, because Americans love the fucking Russians. They seem to grasp the fact that there were Russians long before there was a Soviet Union, and that there were Russians that exist as an ethnos and a national identity after the collapse of the Soviet Republic, or Union of Republics. When it comes to the United States, Americans have no comprehension that there were Americans before there was a United States, and that there will ergo be Americans after the constitutional republic identified as the United States goes the way of the greater Soviet Union and collapses, implodes, walks off the stage of history, or rather is swept off the stage of history. The Americans existed as Royal Americans, colonial Americans, before the colonies rebelled. And before that, they were the Pilgrims who escaped from Great Britain. Cromwell's England, as a matter of fact. One of the reasons they escaped was that Cromwell forced the unification with the Jews in Britain, something the kings before him never allowed. Cromwell was a Judeo-supremacist. When it came to the Pilgrims, they were escaping that, a union with the people whom they understood by their biblical interpretation to have killed the Christ. When they escaped to America, they brought with them the Geneva Bible. This was before the king retook power in England and created the Church of England and rewrote the Bible with the King James Version, something the Pilgrims would never have read, and which is now identified as somehow the English-speaking Bible by postmodern evangelical Americans. A cultural insanity, part of their ignorance of what they are. So Americans were here long before there was a United States. They will be here after there's a United States. But Americans today don't even know that amount of history to even identify with that fact. They think Americans are synonymous with the constitutional republic, which is transitional. That having been stated, when George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and all of these traitors to the crown established the United States as a constitutional entity, in Germany, Adam Weishaupt established the Perfectibilists, and the Perfectibilists became known as the Bavarian Illuminati. The Illuminati was engaged in a transatlantic conflict with the American Freemasons. Freemasonry was the foundational conspiracy of the United States as a republic that was so vast in its influence that it destroyed all American identification with the Pilgrims who followed the Geneva Bible or the Royal Americans who fought for the crown. They erased all previous history. So even though Americans know that America was established at Plymouth Rock as a culture, no American today thinks of that. They think of the United States as the foundation of American identity rather than Plymouth Rock. All of this is a Freemasonic conspiracy to revise history. To fight that threat to Europe, because the Founding Fathers, by their treason to the crown, were ultimately threatening Europe on the continent in their war against the monarchies, in which the Americans then joined the French after their revolution and the killing of their own king. The Americans helped to support the French Revolution and the establishment
Hey, Douglas, I have a
of an
question
emperor.
actually about that.
Yeah, Napoleon. Continue. Yes, ask.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Exactly what I was going to bring up. So you think Hitler kind of witnessed the fall of the First Reich from Napoleon, right?
That is correct. Napoleon brought about the fall of the 1,000-year Reich of the Holy Roman German Empire, which was the First Reich. The Second Reich of the Kaiser of Imperial Germany was what made Hitler's the third.
Okay. Yeah. So Hitler was just kind of like looking at this from a bird eye view, like a bigger perspective, and was like, hey, there's these guys in America who are batshit crazy.
Yes.
And they want to come and influence us over here.
That is right. That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll continue then.
So what happened was the Americans, under their Freemasonic conspiracy, instituted a standing order known as the Magna Morita, the infiltration and destruction of the Roman Catholic Church. The Founding Fathers were not Christians at all. The Founding Fathers were deists. They believed that God had created a clockwork universe, set it in operation, and abandoned it completely. That the throne of heaven was empty, and that whatever man could aspire to godhood through his deistic techniques or occult rituals as propounded by the Freemasonic conspiracy could take the place of God, could ascend to the throne of heaven. George Washington was perceived as in the process of doing that. This is why statues were built of him ascending that were hidden from the public forever after. We know these statues and paintings exist showing him replacing God on the throne of God that were made during his lifetime. He himself ordered them to be hid. He didn't want the general American public to be exposed to Freemasonic secrets. But at that time, knowing the threat of this, because one of the great boasts of the Freemasons was that they had destroyed the first Atlantis, they were obeying the dictates or upholding the ideology of Francis Bacon, the rationalist, who felt that Mother Nature was something to be exploited, dissected. He had a hatred for nature that was unprecedented. And they followed his ideology that they should tear nature apart and exploit all of its resources. This was why they called America the New Atlantis. The very term, the New Atlantis, Francis Bacon, is one of the foundational deistic objectives of the Freemasonic conspiracy. So when George Washington, the Freemasons, established this New Atlantis, where they were going to exterminate all of the Indians and use the resources to then destroy Europe, this was something that they were already engaging in through the support of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, of course, was fighting a war, a world war, against the monarchies of Europe. He assumed the title of emperor. For people who are unaware of it, the only person on earth who uses that title today is the Emperor of Japan. There are no other emperors on earth in the present moment. Only the Japanese monarch is allowed to use that title. An emperor is above a king. Kings reign in a lesser degree than an emperor. An emperor is just this close, through the imperial Roman definition, to God. An emperor is the equivalent of a pope. An emperor has essentially, or is en route to apotheosis. Apotheosis meaning ascension to godhood. So it's basically a title for God on earth. When it comes to kings, they're saying their blood is divine. In the European sense, they claim the Merovingian bloodline. All of the European monarchs claim some relation to Jesus Christ through the Merovingian bloodline, the established line, the foundation or fountainhead of the royal bloodlines of Europe, from Jesus Christ's marriage to MÄRMÄDy. Now, all of this is taking us off the chart for a reason. In order to preserve the bloodlines of Europe and the bloodlines of divine kingship, they had a relation with the church. The church and the Pope handled the spiritual aspects. The kings handled the secular aspects. That's why they took the title of king instead of emperor. To say they were emperor would be to claim a semi-divine status in league with the Roman emperors of the ancient Roman times, which is something Napoleon was returning to. So when Napoleon declared himself emperor, he was declaring himself king of kings. This is why Nostradamus, the prophet, foresaw Napoleon Bonaparte and distinctly identified him as the first Antichrist. So when he did that, this was because Nostradamus was a Jew, an ethnic Jew, who had converted wholeheartedly and sincerely to Roman Catholicism. So Nostradamus was a devout Roman Catholic and considered Napoleon Bonaparte's war against the church to be antichristly. When Napoleon invaded Italy, he basically put the Pope in prison. He lived up to Nostradamus's perception of what an antichrist would be, because only, as a Catholic would see it, only an antichrist would do that. Whereas Adolf Hitler was baptized Roman Catholic and obeyed the Pope's call to a crusade, which is why the Vatican, which of course had control over Croatia. In fact, Croatia had its own king in World War II, the Italian Duke of Spoleto. The Italian Duke of Spoleto was coronated the king of Croatia by the Vatican, by the Pope himself. And the man who ran the war in Croatia against the Serbs was Ante Pavelić. Ante Pavelić, of course, was a fascist who was fighting the secular war, whereas, well, they were all Roman Catholics, and they were trying to Catholicize all of Bosnia. They were, of course, at that time allied with the white Muslims of Bosnia that formed the SS divisions that were fighting on the side of the Reich, the white Muslims. There were other Muslim divisions that served with the Reich, and that's an important point that needs to bring us back to the SS. When the Bavarian Illuminati was formed by Adam Weishaupt, this was the foundation of the SS. The SS is as old as the United States of America as a constitutional entity, 250 years old. It was formed to defend Europe against the Freemasonic conspiracy to take down the Roman Catholic Church and ultimately the monarchs of Europe. This is why the Freemasons supported Napoleon Bonaparte, why America allied with France in World War Zero, what's known to Americans as the War of 1812, even though that was simply the American front of a world war that involved the French against all the monarchs of Europe, where Napoleon was trying to establish himself as the King of Kings, the Emperor. This is important because when it comes to what was going on then, the First Reich came to an end. Napoleon brought it to an end during his reign. The First Reich of 1,000 years, the Holy Roman Empire, came to an end at that point, at Napoleon Bonaparte's hand. And at that point, the Reich's activation of the SS became more proactive. At that time, the SS, the Schutzstaffel, which simply means Secret Service, was fighting the American terrorism in Europe, but it went active to help establish the First Reich, the Reich of the Emperor, Emperor Wilhelm, the Kaiser of Germany. This is the heritage which the Wehrmacht was fighting for, was this first modern national entity. The SS, unlike the Wehrmacht, which fought for the nation, the SS fought for the race. So when the SS went completely proactive, activated by Hitler as a force in being on a conventional level, fully mechanized, this was something where they were consecrated. They were consecrated as a force by Adolf Hitler. And when it came into their consecration, they were fighting a form of European identity war, which understood that Europe was not Christian. Christian religion came out of Asia. All of the Levantine is Asian, and Christ was but another Asian prophet that came out of Asia as an influence along with Mithra and other mystery religions that fought for influence in the Roman Empire. It took 1,000 years till 1,000 Anno Domini, 1,000 years after Christ, before the last nation in Europe Christianized. Denmark was the last nation in Europe to become Christian in 1000 AD, 1,000 years after Christ. It took that long. So for the majority of European history, its identity was with the pagan gods. Most overwhelmingly, the Germanic and Norse Goten, or gods of Thor, Wodan. The original German god, the supreme deity among the pantheon, was Wodan, the god of the Black Forest, with stag horns and legs very similar to a satyr. This was then propagandized by the Roman Church as the devil himself. There's no physical description of the devil in the Old Testament or the Apocrypha that renders him looking the way the West has come to identify him as looking. They simply used the old pagan gods and demonized them. The church did. So the person who Hitler referred to as his Ignatius, his Jesuit, his head of his Jesuit order, Ignatius Loyola, was Heinrich Himmler. But Heinrich Himmler was a neo-pagan and was helping to propagate or repropagate the original European or indigenous European faith. So understand that what the SS represented under Heinrich Himmler was a rebirth of indigenous European identity with its pagan roots in a culture war against the invasive Asian religion of Christianity. All of this is very important because this was the rival army to the Wehrmacht. So the SS was running its own war, again, fighting for the race. And every foreign element that joined the SS was fighting for their identity of race. Not for the concept of a nation state, but for the races, the united races of man, that fought against the communism that wanted to destroy the very concept of race, destroy the very concept of humanity itself. In fact, downbreed humans with lower primates, just as the capitalists had intended to do. If the Nazis had not intervened with the Second World War, as I've pointed out, the capitalists would have pursued their downbreeding program with the scientist Bobby Yerkes, who was literally breeding abducted Cuban women with monkeys on the island of Cuba and producing an assembly line prototype for breeding chimerical humans on the island of Cuba. It's one of the reasons the Cubans went communist. Bobby Yerkes was doing that on behalf of all of the major industries of the United States to create a workforce that would never unionize, nor could ever even conceive of protesting its working conditions. It would have been the far more practical precursor to automation. It still is. But since the time of the Nazis, no one has dared to go back to downbreeding programs, at least not publicly. At the time, the communists were engaging in the downbreeding program on a massive scale. This was where Stalin was trying to breed a race that wouldn't even conceive of questioning his orders. All of this is what the Nazis were fighting against. People need to understand they're fighting against the downbreeding of humanity itself. They're fighting for the uplifting of humanity. All of this has been revised by Allied propaganda as a master race concept. This is something that people have misidentified as some kind of base racism. The uplifting of all of humanity, of all races, is what the SS was fighting for humanity, for its uplifting, and against the downbreeding with lower primates by the communists and capitalists. The capitalists are still paving the way for this downbreeding with propaganda films, with the rebooting of the Planet of the Apes, to show that the apes are more human than you, that the apes are sympathetic and you are not. They want you to be predictively programmed into accepting human-ape hybrids when you're confronted with a labor force of talking apes to replace you all. In America. Here in America, do you honestly think you will ever have robots that can do the work of a janitor, that can do the work of picking food from out of the fields? None of this is practically possible. I knew one man who was capable of designing an automated assembly system that could have produced killer robots to exterminate you all. His name was Richard McGuire, and he had a double major in automated assembly systems and artificial intelligence. And he was the last product of engineering schools in the state of Ohio. He was the only student in his class, and the teacher who taught him after his graduation, that teacher immediately left to work in South Korea, where he could teach people who actually wanted to learn about engineering. When Richard McGuire tried to get a job with NASA with anyone. He remained unemployed the rest of his life. He was overqualified. You would think the military would hire him to build mass assembly lines for Terminator robots. But no. This is why all the drones are being built in the Ukraine. The Americans don't even assemble their drones. American drones used by the United States are built in Mexico. The Americans have no manufacturing capacity to speak of. There's no way to produce robots to replace you. Even if artificial intelligence manifests, it has no hands. It has no bots. It can never pull a Skynet. The only thing they have to turn to is chimerical downbreeding of humans with apes to produce apes that would do what Terminators would. And they want you to love them. So they produce a reboot of the Planet of the Apes so that you will be sympathetic with the apes when they come for you. In all the films, the apes are better than you, more human than you, more likable, more lovable. They deserve to win. You deserve slavery. That's the propaganda point of American films. Why are they producing that? Because the program started by the industries using the work of Bobby Yerkes has never ended. Now, all of this came to an end in the Greater Soviet Union, where their chimerical population was sentenced to the Yakutsk region, which became a giant reservation for them, slaving underground in Russia's own Congo, its diamond mines. Russia, along with South Africa, maintains a monopoly on sourcing diamonds. This is in the Yakutsk region, which is a separate nation from Russia, simply federated by occupation. That is where the majority of the chimerical population survives underground in labor today. All of this needs to be taken into account. It's why Russia and Japan never made peace. Why didn't Russia simply make peace with Japan? Because Japan won't make peace with Russia while they have an enslaved population of chimerical humans downbred, slaving away underground in Yakutsk, and still maintain that as the proof of concept from which to downbreed everyone else. These are the allies, the enemies of all humanity, the people who would downbreed you. This is what the SS was fighting against. So when I say the SS was fighting not for the nation or old senses of nationalism, but for the race, don't take it to be a concept of a singularly exclusive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic Aryan race, but of the human race. They're fighting for humanity. This is what Adolf Hitler had consecrated them to do. Okay, so does that answer your question in that regard, Joseph? And hopefully that puts some perspective.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah, it puts major perspective in it. I do have a follow-up. What was this? What caused this Christian revolution? What caused the spread of Christianity? Was it because the religion was easy to manipulate? Was it easier to manipulate people to get in what these emperors wanted or kings wanted? What caused like this wildfire of Christianity into Europe? And why did the pagan religions like stand up to it in a better way, and how did the Christians become so powerful?
These are good questions. I want to thank yourself for your $25 contribution. I want to thank John Kulik for his $20 contribution. Believe me, all of this helps. Oh, by the way, he said anonymous again. I always forget to open up and make certain. I didn't identify that man. Yeah. He's asking me.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah. He's asking me, hey, Mr. D, what is the best Taiwanese food? Oh, Jesus. That's any of it's good. Any of it's good. The overwhelming majority of it's good. Maybe you'd want to avoid some of the more exotic stuff. But yeah, believe me, it's all good to me. I've never been much of a foodie. I'm a vampire, for God's sakes. I'm not exactly the best person to consult for cuisine. But all that being said, the Christianity, the important thing to realize is that one of the reasons that it was able to disseminate was because Christ was real, and Christ was the next phase of divine interaction with man. In the days of the pagans, there were men who were the progeny of the gods. We know this, and we can reject it or accept it, but in the end, understand that you're just ultimately making a choice which history will hold you accountable for. The best way that I can try and put something like that into perspective would be a comparison with monsters. One of the things that has happened in the past was the general acceptance of the reality of monsters, of dragons, and the like. All of this was because we knew that such creatures were real. They were spotted and identified the world over, and they were killed. I don't know if you've heard one of my more recent episodes where I brought up Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great wrote back to his teacher how he had killed an incredible monster of incredible size with his army, slaughtered this creature, using his men to lure it into their trenches, and thereafter annihilating it, dissecting it, upon which, when they opened its gut, spilled out an enormous flood of vermin, scorpions, and other inedible creatures that it had devoured as its regular diet. All of this was taken as literal truth because Alexander the Great had an entire army of witnesses. He had slaughtered a form of flying dragon, and yet nobody today will acknowledge the reality of his accomplishment. They say, oh, well, we'll pick and choose our history, and we'll acknowledge that Alexander the Great did this, but we're never going to acknowledge the fact that he did this. And yet, throughout history, we have a record of these creatures that is as historically solid as Alexander's. There's no point in my going through a catalog of it right now because I would simply be, well, repeating the point. So when it comes to the reality of monsters, why don't we see them now, quote unquote? It's because men like Alexander change their behavior. It's just as sharks had a natural migratory pattern that was completely altered worldwide by the transatlantic slave trade. Sharks began to follow the trade slave routes to feast on the bodies of the thousands, literally thousands, of black Africans that were thrown overboard en route, who died in passage and were simply weighing the ship down. They were thrown overboard, and the sharks adapted over the hundreds of years of the slave trade to completely alter their behavior en masse as a species. And there are many subspecies of sharks. The overwhelming majority changed their entire breeding and migratory behavior based on the transatlantic slave trade. In that same sense, monsters, at the time of Alexander, began to change their behavior where they no longer assaulted villages or human gatherings, large concentrations of people, simply because men like Alexander made that behavior dangerous. They evolved to attack isolated people and regions. Their behavior became nocturnal, whereas in the past, they were brazen in the light of day. All of this is the reality of history that scholars choose to ignore simply because they simply changed the names of the monsters. They said, oh, well, the bones we're finding of these supermassive pterodactyl-like creatures, Quetzalcoatlus, the species of pteranodon they found in Romania, larger than the Quetzalcoatlus, larger than a civilian jet, a passenger jet, which they named after Dracula, a historical figure himself, who many believe to be fantasy for hundreds of years. Now his history is undeniable. All of this needs to be brought to emphasize the fact that at the time of Heracles, Hercules, entire volumes of books were written about him. You had men who personally witnessed Hercules. You had men who were visited by him when they cried out for help. This happened over a period of many lifetimes, an extended lifespan of this demigod, if you will, the product of an interbreeding between a god and a mortal, the precursor to Christ. We have far more written historical evidence of the physical, historical Heracles, Hercules, than we do of Jesus Christ. And that's a fact. And at that time, people regarded him as much of a Lord and Savior as they would the Christ to come. Heracles was a precursor to another divine interbreeding, Christ himself. When Christ himself manifested, we know for a fact that upon his crucifixion and his death prior resurrection, the sky tore open, that earthquakes occurred, where there was no prior historical manifestation of an earthquake ever before. All of this was recorded at the moment of his passing. His divine status and the reality of his manifestation among us is therefore not to be denied. So in that sense, the spread of his faith was understandable. And it's something that Hitler himself never denied or struggled against. Adolf Hitler remained a Roman Catholic Christian throughout his life. What the Third Reich represented was a coexistence of faiths. And this is ultimately the future that Nazism strives for. A recognition of the divinity of Christ as a demigod, the product of God fertilizing a human woman, along with Heracles. They're not contradictory. The face that the Christ represents is part of a great circle of faiths, which can now be taken on as a universal identity. When Heinrich Himmler and the SS, whose soldiers, when they died, were buried under runic crosses, the crosses of the Viking gods, they were honoring a multicultural Europe. And this is why the Nazis were incredibly progressive. This is important to understand that what, as an ideological National Socialist, myself, as a Nazi myself in my father's spirit, I represent the struggle for a multicultural world of faiths that can coexist. This is something of the mutual respect between races that can remain separate but equal, or cosmogenate in the formation of a new race. This is something that the Nazis were never against. When they were looking for a female population to bring into the subterranean caverns of Unterland, a vast majority of the women were recruited out of Ukraine. A good deal of the population of Unterland was born out of the wombs of Ukrainian mothers. This is a Slavic population that nevertheless has a very Nordic appearance, often blonde-haired and blue-eyed. When people think of somehow the Nazis striving to breed a race that is, purely Nordic Aryan, what Heinrich Himmler was striving for in the SS Lebensborn communities, the Fountains of Life communities, one of the products of the Nazi breeding program was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed singer in the rock group ABBA. All of this is something which is important because the children born of these programs were raised without mothers or fathers in the conventional sense. Instead, they were raised by the state. The objective was to create a more homogeneous European population that would be trans-European. A new population of Europe that would identify with Europe as opposed to a nation within Europe. A trans-European population that would be able to identify with the continent and provide an ethnic balance to the concept that had existed for 1,000 years in Europe, that Europe is the faith. In other words, Christendom became identified overwhelmingly with Europe. It took 1,000 years for Europe to Christianize. When it did Christianize, it became the very center of the faith. That has since come to an end. The overwhelming majority of Europe today is secular, irreligious. In fact, I can understand a book written by a Frenchman titled Without Marx or Jesus. This Frenchman was trying to emphasize the need for Western Europe. When his book was published, Europe was still divided. It was still occupied by the United States in the West and by the Russians, the Soviets, as they would prefer you to call them at that time, because their identity was collective. Russians were simply the majority population in an entity that had subsumed the Ukraine, Belarus, and many other constituent republics, like Canada with 14 Quebecs, all of them with their own language and identity, and many other minorities besides. They were all trans-identified with a over-identity known as Soviet, which is simply the Russian word for collective. When your average Serb or Montenegrin, Macedonian or Croatian or Slovenian, in the old days of Yugoslavia, if they were asked how they identified themselves, the majority would say Yugoslav, which simply means South Slav. It's a transnational term. The Soviets were promoting that. All of this is bullshit, and it completely dissolves because nobody means it. The Germans knew the only way to develop a trans-European identity was to produce a people who could only identify as Europeans, raised by the state without a cultural adherence to a local region. This is what the breeding program was about, that the Allies claim was a master race. It would have been a master race only in the sense that these people would administer Europe because they would be the only ones qualified to do so as citizens of a higher Europe. A European identity that transcended mere Hungarian or Lithuanian or Slovakian. Indeed, a master race in terms of a master of its social environment. But this was the greatest threat to the Americans and the Russians, who were seeking to downbreed their people to be even less than human. When it came to the concept of the Lebensborn and the concept of a trans-European identity, this was the only way to make it happen. All of that has relocated to Unterland, a trans-European population that is indeed a master race, a master of its environment. In terms of what we have up here, there is no overarching identity. Your average American considers himself a Black American, a European American, an Asian American. What you and I represent, Mr. Araujo, is exactly what Heinrich Himmler would have perceived as the only possible course for America to take. We are cosmogenate. We cannot identify as merely a minority group. We don't have a club to go to where we talk about some particular nation state that we solely identify with. We're not part of an monoracial gang. We are the only true Americans. We are more American than any heritage American could ever fucking be. We, for America, are the American version of what Hitler and Himmler wanted for Europe. Does that make sense? And put the race and religion into context.
Big time. You hit it right on the dot. That was a amazing dialogue there.
Thank you.
I really like how you're well versed in that stuff. But going back to Christianity and Jesus Christ being a prophet, when Adam took the bite of the tree, did that what metaphor came from that? Did that mean that God enlightened Adam that he will now interbreed in the future with the woman? And then Adam just kind of passed that secret along to his sons, which then he passed on to the Asian culture. I want to know more about that God who basically intervened and who inbreeded with the woman to create Jesus.
Well, I believe, do you know what I've said in the past about the righteous third son of Adam, Seth, and what I've said about
Seth,
his travels to Asia?
Seth had knowledge of Jesus coming, right?
That is correct. He was informed of such by Adam.
Adam, exactly. That's my question is, how did Adam obtain the knowledge? I know it's the tree of knowledge that he bit from the apple of tree of knowledge, but you also mentioned how in the Bible a lot of things are metaphoric. So I'm trying to understand the metaphor in that sense.
Well, there's a lot which I have to explain is metaphorical simply because I'm trying to avoid an overwhelming technical discussion of linguistics. So when I say a lot is metaphorical, a lot of it is. We cannot take certain things in the Bible literally simply because, well, it would be an ugly world if we did. And it was an ugly world in the time of much of when the Bible was being assembled. It was being assembled, of course, over the course of 1,000 years. But when we come to the concept of Adam himself, and to answer your question, I'm going to go over what most immediately comes to my mind. And
sorry to interrupt real quick before you answer the question. I kind of do know where this is gonna go, because you do mention how Adam necessarily wasn't a tree that he bit, but more of a chronological awareness.
Yes.
That he was aware of, right?
That's an element of it. Yes.
An element of his awareness of the seasons.
Yes.
And how his spirit changed with that of a child to then becoming that of a man who's aware of the seasons and can have a surplus of food, which then goes on into other things, industry and stuff. But does that correlate with how now our U.S. government has used gods or entities to obtain new technologies? Is that can those two kind of relate in a way, or is this God higher than those beings that the U.S. government would use? You know what I'm trying to say, Douglas? Sorry if I'm confusing you.
No, I understand what you're alluding to. So the first thing to answer your question is so that people understand the anti-gods. Understand that when God made the universe, we weren't his first attempt. And people will take offense at that. They imagine the God that they worship to be incapable of mistakes. That's not really what's being said by myself when I'm exposing this information. What was necessitated inescapably by the process of creation was proof of concept and prototypes. In fact, our universe wouldn't be possible without these other universes. Our universe is finely balanced on a razor-thin tightrope of equilibrium, in which the mathematics of our universe, the physics, enables the existence of our reality at all. If you speak to any conventional physicist, the overwhelming majority will acknowledge the fact that in other universes, and the overwhelming majority of physicists concur there are other universes, these same mathematical laws do not add up. They don't equate in equilibrium the way they do in our universe, and render the existence of stars impossible, without which, of course, life itself is not possible. All of these universes exist in the best way for the human mind to understand it as the failed precursors to our universe. Without their existence, we cannot exist. When God created these other universes, the best way for the human mind to even begin to attempt to comprehend his creation of successive universes is that these other cosms are kind of like a receptacle for the leakage from our universe, almost like waste receptacles. Within these cosms, an imperfect form of anti-life arose based on the imperfect equations. This life, or anti-life, mostly congeals in what the Americans are harnessing as the anti-gods. These are self-aware forces that roam these empty universes. They are a byproduct of creation, a necessary byproduct. But, as I said, the best example would be the Cray supercomputer. Oh, by the way, Douglas Marks says, your insight is amazing. Appreciate you, Peacock Angel. Thank you so much, Douglas Marks. Appreciate that profoundly. And with that, I'm going to enter that into text here. So when it comes to, here we go, put a period on that. When it comes to the anti-gods the Americans are harnessing, they are obviously God's creations. But to understand how they don't work for us, think of the Cray supercomputer, as I pointed out, the most powerful computer in the world, created when I was working for the United States government. The Cray supercomputer was used to model the tree of life and the tree of death. Now, people who are familiar with the Kabbalah will know, of course, that there is a mirror of the tree of life beneath it. It's like the roots of the tree of life. Only, well, they're similar to the roots of a real tree, or a physical tree, a botanical tree, as it manifests in Malkuth, the kingdom of earth. They're a physical tree that has roots that extend under the ground and feed off the fertilizer, the waste of the byproducts of input from the environment, such as, well, waste products from carrion or decaying bodies. All of this is what enables the tree to grow above the ground. Yet the tree of life and the tree of death are more cosmic in scale, and the tree of death is more like an extestinal tract, the opposite of an intestinal tract. It's an extestinal tract in which the spirae are considered klipoth, are the shells of what are the more holistic manifestations above that Malkuthian divide line, our world, our physical world. But beyond the tree of life and death, when modeled by the Cray supercomputer, beyond our 3 dimensions, was a 4th dimension and an anti-dimension, a tree of death, in and of itself beyond the tree of life and death, rather an anti-tree. It would be Rṣa. Rṣa is an antimatter tree, an antimatter universe, or collection of universes. In other words, all of the failed cosms. This antimatter universe is very difficult to study because if antimatter comes into the physical contact with matter, it generally explodes. It would be, they cannot coexist in the same space and time. So when I speak of the cosmology of devils and demons, they are a part of God's ecology without which our universe could not function. Souls must be damned in order to act as the fertilizer for souls that aren't. The ecology of our universe is such that cosmically these devils and demons are doing God's work by seducing or corrupting souls into damnation. They fertilize that physical universe which we know and love and enable the more heavenly sphere of the tree of life in the higher dimensions to exist, in which other souls ascend. It all recycles as it does in nature. Just as if your body is buried next to a tree, you feed that tree, which ultimately feeds other life. Your matter recycles ultimately through nature physically. The souls do the same. Undying, they ultimately recycle from damnation, usually through incarnation, which is why the wheel of samsara is the ultimate escape from this wheel of existence, where you would ascend in a more permanent manner by basically becoming vibratorily so light you would be beyond incarnation. All of this is something that the Asians had figured out long ago. Christ understood it, alluded to it, though many people didn't understand his references. His house having many mansions. All of this is something that one has to take into account as what this antimatter Rṣa, this anti-tree, is not a part of. Just as you have an environment where lilies grow above the swamp water and all of what is a waste product is recycled into the flowers that grow above, this makes nature something you can help along with, say, for instance, creating compost heaps. But that doesn't mean that simply because you understand the process, you can roll around in a compost heap and not have bad things happen. If you play in a waste or a refuse heap of organic garbage, you're going to contract ringworm, or something to that effect. Just because you understand that these vermin have their place in the ecosystem doesn't mean they're good for you to eat. This is why you can't play with devils and demons. You simply respect their roles in your existence. When it comes to the anti-gods and what they represent, they are the equivalent of industrial waste. So while an ecosystem exists with all of the concomitant waste products that can be exploited in a good, productive, organic sense, like fertilizers, the anti-gods are the equivalent of nuclear fuel rods or chemical effluvia from an industrial plant. They can't help the ecology in any way whatsoever. They simply destroy it. This is what the Americans have harnessed in their quest to be as unto God himself by destroying the very fabric of the universe through these entropic entities in their deistic belief that they can then therefore ascend to the throne of God by destroying his creation. This is a direct result of the Freemasonic legacy that the Illuminati of the Bavarian Adam Weishaupt were organized to fight against. This is why the Americans propagandize endlessly against the Illuminati and try to declare them everything that is evil. Now, in the game Call of Duty, I believe, one of the primary antagonists was the Doctor, a German Nazi scientist whom is openly identified as Illuminati. This is not a mistake, and it's not historically wrong. They portray him quite accurately as what he is. The SS are the Illuminati. This is something that the Satanists of America have always hated. The author, Robert Anton Wilson, took his very middle name. He was not born with that middle name, Anton. He took that middle name from the man he called his magical uncle, the Jewish atheistic Satanist, the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, who gifted him his middle name. And Robert Anton Wilson wrote an entire propaganda series against the Illuminati, the Cosmic Trigger series, which again identifies the Bavarian Illuminati with the Nazis, but then portrays quite inversely in an act of satanic inversion the Nazis as trying to raise the anti-gods. This was his propaganda of projecting onto the Nazis what the Freemasonic Americans have been doing. This is the inverted, upside-down, bass-ackwards world Americans and the rest of the Western world have grown up in. And the truth must be brought into the open for this to stop. The Americans have come to look on the anti-gods with affection. There are Cthulhu stuffed animals on the market. You can buy them online. They're not produced by any single company. They're out there in the wild, so to speak, with all kinds of little companies producing such tchotchkes of the anti-gods. Again, compare that to the pro-ape propaganda of the reboots of the Planet of the Apes, a conventionalization of the anti-gods into Cthulhu kitties. This is something that needs to be taken into account. But when it comes to the Garden of Eden and the elements that you're already familiar with, I'm not quite sure if I can elucidate on that without repeating myself. Perhaps the best way that I could explain other elements of it is to kind of disambiguate between the concepts, and these are important, of civilization and culture as a direct product of what happened in the garden, but we could always go into that in another time. It might take an hour or half an hour to do that. So with that in mind, we can, like I said, it depends on where you want me to go with this or how much time you have on your hands. Otherwise, at some point I'll go into monologue in a geopolitical sense more conventionally, but it's kind of up to you right now. I'm willing to roll along with this for a while.
I don't know if you remember when I first joined the call, we were supposed to continue on our discussion of Max Spears.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Continue. So
yeah,
what in particular did you want to bring up about Max and have me respond to?
I just wanted to bring up the astral projection side of it, the astral projection war. I feel like I've heard you mention these before in topics or interviews, but you haven't really gone to depth about it. I also want to mention another name. His name is Douglas also. I'm trying to find but his name was Douglas. I can't think of his last name right now. I'm blanking. But he also talks about how he has these there's an astral projection realm where Queen Elizabeth is a part of it, and these top mongers and millionaires and billionaires are part of this realm of when they sleep, they go to this realm and they meet up and have these meetings. Do you have any insight on that? Because I know in Max Spears' last interviews, he would talk about battles in the astral realm too.
Okay, so the first thing I have to say is that I'd have to review what this Douglas guy in particular is saying. With Max, he might have been along those lines. I'm not quite sure exactly what either one of them is saying. The first thing I'll say about Max is this. I personally knew him, and I respected him as a victim of Michael Aquino. But we also have to remember that he was still being victimized by Michael Aquino until Michael Aquino killed him. He never really escaped the grasp of Michael Aquino at all. When it came to Sarah Rachel Adams, who I don't have anything personally against, but she certainly has something personally against myself and has been very vocal about it. And Sarah Rachel Adams was basically quite friendly, intimate with myself, as a matter of fact, at one point in our lives, a point in which we were all interacting with each other, along with another young lady, the heir to the mayor fortune, Haley Mayer. Mayor being
Hey Douglas, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
His name wasn't Douglas. His name was Donald Marshall.
Okay, Donald Marshall. Vaguely heard of this
look
guy.
into Donald. Yeah, vaguely heard of him.
Yeah, vaguely heard of him, and I need to be reminded of by our friend Aristides of whether or not this was the individual who was on my show. This is Donald Marshall. Isn't that guy who was?
Not that I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was. Not that I'm aware of in my time.
Right. That wasn't the guy who was here talking about aliens and saying he was...
No. Not while I was here. No. Okay. No, I know who that Donald Marshall is, who he's talking about. I don't know, man. That stuff's all kind of weird.
Thank you.
Oh, really, Aristides? You've heard of it? You've heard of him?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not saying like anything, that or competing is necessarily true or untrue. I'm just saying that shit's kind of weird. I mean, maybe the weird is true. I don't know.
Well, no,
yeah, if you get into some of his stuff, it's really weird.
It's like where they're like, they like pluck your soul out and they put you in a clone body and they're having like gladiator battles in whatever, the underground or some other realm or something, and then the little, what do they call it, the Vril, but like 2 L's, like but Vril is not, the life force.
The lizards and
Vril
all.
is these little fucking bug-eyed lizards that are bad. So I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how to I don't know how to what would you call it? Bring all this to terms.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what to believe, man.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know.
No, I thank you.
Everything I came to believe is wrong.
That is so important, Aristides. Thank you so much for your intervention in this. I really do appreciate that, and I needed that because I have no idea about this guy, and so
I don't know.
Looking at him in that
context, it doesn't get around much.
That's probably for the best. But looking at him in the context that you provided is extraordinarily important. It's I'm looking at him now. It's weird. It's like Astral Light is one of his sites, and all I can say is that he's talking Project Pegasus, for Christ's sakes.
I have. Oh, got it. He talks. It links to that.
Yeah. Well,
I'm unaware of Project Pegasus. What's up with that?
Oh wow, yeah. Andy, man, I wonder how Andy's doing.
Yeah, Andy Basiaggio.
Yeah. I did meet him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
yeah. What did you think of him personally? What did you think?
He was just kind of this like doddering guy. It's like I could really I could believe that he believed what he was saying almost. Like he just was so unassuming and like this like fuddy-duddy kind of very like like quiet moment, like you're talking about like, hey, so gonna tell you a few things, and he was just very like the least aggressive guy you could ever imagine. Like,
no, it's true. It's true. He's such a
like, maybe it just happened to him. That's what, and he believes that. And
no, Aristides is perfect. He describes this man perfectly. Aristides has got an incredible insight, and
he's a nice guy. He's a nice enough guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet. Yeah. No, and Andrew Basiaggio was nothing but nice to me. I had, all I can say is that Andrew Basiaggio suffers from cascade memories that were installed. He's been programmed. The poor guy is a victim of MK Ultra, just MyLabs. He's someone whose life was destroyed by this, and the point was that they toyed with him. Basically, they took this poor bastard, and after giving him this cascade of memories, false implants, that then they victimized him by pure exploitation for nothing other than gratuitous sadism. They instructed George Norrie to bring him on to Coast AM every other goddamn episode. It was every other night. There were only basically, aside from Richard Hoagland, who was the constant, like a toothache or something that never goes away. Aside from that, there was an alteration of 2 other parties in particular that were on every other night. One night would be one night would be the other, and it would be, who were those idiots who did the ghost hunting again? The that family, that married couple. What the fuck were they? Oh God. Well, it'd be either them with their voice recording. Remember the disembodied voice messages and stuff. Anyhow, couple who did ghost hunting, couple who did EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, EVP, ghost hunting. We'll see if we can find it. And between them and Andrew Basiaggio, it was Mark and Debbie Constantine. Wouldn't be them, would it? They were found dead, by the way. they were found dead in a murder-suicide. Holy shit. I don't think it was them. But good God, did she blimp out before she died? No wonder she killed herself. And anyhow, aside from them, it was another couple. Maybe people can remind me in the chat. But aside from that, there was Andrew Basiago. They brought him on so many times, and he developed such a cult following. He thought he could run for president. And so poor Andy Basiago, you know, he started to run for president. And
I felt bad for him too.
It was awful. The first people to interview him, and he was so naive, was the Comedy Channel. And so the Comedy Channel interviewed him, and of course they made fun of him, and of course they lambasted him, and then he sued them. He actually worked so hard at suing them that they actually took the shit down. But it destroyed him, and he wound up seriously considering suicide. And the only person who took care of him was that guy named Ken Sendo. So he was basically in a gay couple relationship with Ken Sendo, who stole Max Spears's last remaining legacy relic, his Templar sword. So, you know, our man Max Spears gave his Templar sword, temporarily lent it to Ken Sendo for care, you know, just to take care of it while he was traipsing about, and he never got it back. And so, yeah, but Max Spears, this is what happened to Max Spears. You got to remember that Max Spears never escaped Michael Aquino. And what happened was Michael Aquino was handling him through Sarah Rachel Adams. Then when he broke off from her, escaped from her, in a sense. I mean, look, you can't win with this guy. The poor guy. I saw this guy take an entire bottle of painkillers and knock it down like a whiskey shot. This guy would have killed himself without Sarah Rachel Adams suffocating him and, you know, tying his wrists to the bedpost and shit. He, you know, broke away from her because obviously she was suffocating. She couldn't let him out of her sight, or he was going to do what I described. So when he escaped from her, he wound up being handled by the guy who did Bases, Miles Johnston, that old fuck who just wanted to fuck him and was exploiting him. And his job, his assignment from Michael Aquino, whom he openly worked with, who he not only openly worked with, but openly defended repeatedly, and interviewed in the most obsequious way. He was Michael Aquino's propagandist, but Miles Johnston, his job was to destroy all credibility of Max Spears. And the way he would do that was by hooking him up with people like Douglas Marshall. So that Max Spears, who was appearing on Bases constantly, and it was his only conduit to public exposure, was being forced to produce content. So Miles Johnston just kept telling him, you got to produce content. You got to produce content. So what Max Spears would do is he'd go on the internet and hoover up, you know, vacuum up all this disparate disfo, all this shit, so he could just have content to spew. And so anything with reptilians to anything else you could imagine, Max Spears would just be regurgitating what he found online. And so Miles Johnston was using this to discredit him, so when Aquino finally gave the order to kill him, then this is how media totally destroyed him. In death. They just said he was a whacked out conspiracist. And their proof was everything he had spewed out for the sake of maintaining public exposure via Miles Johnston and the Bases program. And so part of that was Douglas Marshall. He was part of that phenomenon. And So it's
I think you mean Donald.
Donald
I think
Marshall.
you mean
Thank
Donald
you.
Marshall.
Yeah, thank you. Did
Yeah.
I say Douglas Marshall?
Sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you did.
yeah, that's you know what I
Oh, so
that's
Donald Marshall was kind of a propaganda kind of thing.
I don't know if Donald Marshall is affiliated directly with,
But he
Yeah.
kind of spews the same thing about
Yeah.
the reptile rails, and
yeah.
they kind of can transform into humans and all this kind of stuff. So,
Well,
and it's something that I've heard before too.
well, bear in
so-
mind there is the entire East Asian culture that they never allude to. And the entire East Asian culture has a background in the Nagas, or the serpent folk. The Japanese have spoken of
Oh, yeah.
Hachurui.
You've spoken of them, and you've
Yes.
spoken how your mom's been on a mission in a dirigible
Yes.
to help actually save one of the
Rescue
Nagas,
a Naga.
rescue.
Yes.
And she got the milk serum from the Naga, which is actually really cool.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Yes. The venom, actually. They called it Nyaga
venom.
milk, but it's really the venom.
Nyaga.
But they do call it milk.
Nyaga
They,
milk. Okay, so then they are real. So these reptilian
yes, but
species is real.
yeah, but they're not being portrayed in any realistic light by these guys. These guys aren't like, they aren't even alluding to Asian culture or tradition. They're just, spewing shit. They're just like, obviously the Asian culture has said before that the Nyaga can transform into humans. What they are really talking about is the ability of Nyaga to influence humans through the venom or other means. Indeed, even a kind of hypnosis through simply their stare. But they can get into the minds of human who then act on behalf of the Nyaga. The Hachurui, on the other hand, can appear human with enough interbreeding. And but these are different from what these guys are saying. They're saying that they're shape-shifting and that they're just like, it's just this. What they're more inspired by is an admirable, I'm talking about the original 80s show, called V. And V, at the time that it was released as a television series, was the most expensive it was the most expensive TV series ever produced to that point in history. But the original V of the 80s, again, I've never watched the reboot. I try to avoid these reboots because these days all they do with them is make them as repulsive as possible. But when it comes to V, the original series, this is usually where these guys are coming from. And I don't understand how they even get away with it when an idiot like, oh God, who's that guy who was the former soccer player? Who then talks about the reptilians all the time. He was the original guy to glom onto this. David Icke. When David Icke talks about the reptilians, he's talking V. He just speaks the entire, he's like regurgitating the series plotline. It's like, well, they can shape into human beings, which is basically they were doing so through rubber masking in the TV series, but essentially, aside from saying they can literally shapeshift, he's, pretty much saying they can act human and that there's eating babies and everything else like, some of them would do in the series that were more prone towards their diet as being all-inclusive in a predatory sense. Some of them were portrayed as sympathetic figures, but none of that for David Icke. David Icke they're all evil, irredeemable, and they're all here, and they're like, but, it's not like this guy was saying anything original, and yet he developed a worldwide global following, was helped along by, of course, the usual suspects, the usual promotional agents. You do know, of course, as I've said this, but maybe you don't, or maybe you haven't heard me say it, but I've said this publicly on record. The only reason I got on George Norrie's Coast to Coast AM was he thought I was a fellow Satanist. He knew of my affiliation with Michael Aquino, but because Michael Aquino never spoke of it openly, because Michael Aquino really was embarrassed by the fact that I had brought him down, Michael Aquino then got into a mode where he actually denied his affiliation with myself based on his own pride, till he ultimately, towards the end of his life, all that changed. But when it came to Michael Aquino at the time, people knew I had been affiliated with him, but people like George Noory thought I was a follower. They didn't know of my betrayal. That came out publicly later when Michael Aquino began to vociferously deny my ever knowing him, but they tripped themselves up because after a while they knew they couldn't deny it. And Miles Johnston would say, I betrayed Michael Aquino. He actually said that on record. Douglas is two-faced. Douglas is two-faced. He betrayed Michael Aquino, which was a confession that I knew him and was affiliated with him. That wasn't known to many of the Satanists. So George Noory, a practicing Satanist, a dedicated member of the cult of the Temple of Set, which he converted to in the military when he was part of the United States Navy for 9 fucking years, as a public relations officer, he brought me on simply because he thought I was a fellow Satanist. It was the only way I got on. When Aquino found out, he flipped. And then the only person who took me on Coast to Coast AM was the person George Noory was trying to get rid of anyway, and ultimately did. Oh, that Texas guy. What the fuck was his name? He started that Caravan to Midnight bullshit. Caravan to Midnight. Okay, we can look this up. I can't even remember his name, that idiot. He looked like Lurch from the Addams Family. John B. Wells. So, John B. Wells was the guy who started interviewing me on Coast to Coast AM. His ratings well surpassed that of George Noory's. And George Noory had to get rid of him. And then John B. Wells got his own Caravan to Midnight based on all the ratings I was bringing him. And once he had that established, of course, then he never interviewed me again. Set up an interview and then canceled. Like the goddamn chicken shit coward that he is. That is, this happens again and again all the time in the past. With my working with people like Clyde Lewis and all the rest. Clyde Lewis made so many ratings. His ratings were so sky high based on his interviews with myself that they nationally syndicated him. At which time, then, of course, he interviewed me only once or twice and then totally freaked out and never interviewed me again. This is the ongoing pattern with these people. But that's the way it works. These people, they never achieve those same types of ratings again. And they all maintain me in the records. Same with someone like James Arthur Yanchik maintains, if he's still up, I don't even know if his channel's still up anymore, Feet to the Fire. But while he had it up, he kept all my interviews up because those were the highest ratings he ever got. Those were getting all the hits. Nothing else he did ever got that. Same with Salman Sheikh with his chicken shit little channel. Maintains my interviews after he attacked me incessantly. It's an ongoing pattern. But that's the, they never recover. They never get the hits they had with me, and then they never want me on again because they're too scared. Things do happen with people who are affiliated with myself, and then they decide the safest route is for them to, join the other side. The Edomites, if they weren't assigned from them in the first. John B. Wells, or a better example would be Clyde Lewis. Clyde Lewis was an open practicing Satanist. And he would often hold seances on air trying to raise actual archdemons. We're talking at the level of Belial or Beelzebub, when he was involved with Tracy Twyman, who ultimately was killed for her troubles. Literally killed. And she was someone who, what a mess she was. Tracy Twyman, of course, is an authoress who was interviewed on Coast to Coast AM and had a bit of the subculture circuit going. She was the girlfriend for a time of Boyd Rice, who was the connection between neo-Nazism and Satanism in America. He was the bridge between the Satanists and the neo-Nazis for a period of time. Ultimately married a Jewess. And, yeah, Boyd Rice, he was someone I knew personally for a while. Always got along with him when I knew him, but he was, he gave up neo-Nazism to become a Merovingian, claiming that he was descendant of the Merovingian bloodline. That's a trip he was on by the time he was involved with Tracy Twyman. And so there you go. They're all a big incestuous crowd. All I can say is that when you hear them, you're basically just going to be confusing yourself. It's a lot of these issues like, oh, combat in the astral or stuff like that. This reminds me a lot of Max Spears and James Casbolt / Michael Prince. James Casbolt / Michael Prince and Max Spears both claimed that they were forced to engage in gladiatorial combat growing up as children. Now, as they became adults, if people confronted them and claimed that there was no record of this, they could always fall back on that astral battle bullshit. But it's, let's put it this way. They were sexually abused as children. They handled it in different ways. Max Spears handled it through self-destruction. James Casbolt / Michael Prince handled it through trying to destroy others, like his own wife, Haley Mayer, whom he wound up unleashing revenge porn materials all over the internet. He's the reason why revenge porn laws are on the fucking books, was his abuse of Haley Mayer. And it was only because she was the heiress to the Mayer fortune of the Mayer franchise of stores that they could afford to fight back legally against a foreign resident across the Atlantic in Great Britain, and ultimately had him institutionalized. I don't know whether he ever got out of that or not, nor do I really care. But at any rate, they put revenge porn on the law books on both sides of the Atlantic because of her family's ability to legally fight back against him. But that's how he handled his victimization by Michael Aquino. Of course, him and Max Spears, back when they were still friendly with each other, were both claiming that they became like the King's Men and that they were assassins on behalf of the British government. And now, some of this assassination element is quite true. There's different forms of assassination. Anya Briggs, whom Max Spears always told me had left a trail of bodies all over North America, which he had no memory of. There is validity to these claims. And Anya Briggs was dispatched to take out, Jesse Ventura and the son of Oliver Stone, Sean Stone. So what happened was Jesse Ventura learned about the reality of conspiracies when he was tricked into signing a contract with one of the major companies of the day. Still at that time, for the longest period of time, the world I grew up in, there were only 3 major broadcast companies: ABC, NBC, and CBS. Everything else was local, generally speaking. It was those 3, and that was it. That was the choice you had. TV turned off after a certain hour. midnight or 2 a.m., between midnight and 2 a.m., you would get the Indian head. You would get a symbol and a white noise. Television is no longer broadcasting. I grew up in a period of time when televising would stop at night. And during that period of time, in the aftermath thereof, just as cable television exploded and things were getting messy with Donald Trump, and they invested for a while in crazy shit like the Alternative Football League, their version of wrestling on a gridiron. That was at that time that Jesse Ventura was running for governor, became governor of Minnesota, and then Jesse Ventura signed this contract with, I think it was NBC, one of the big three, in which he would only work with them. And because he was such a big hit, governor of Minnesota, he couldn't imagine them not using him. And therefore, he signed a contract that stipulated in the fine print, and during your contract with us, you can never work with anyone else, can never appear publicly with anyone else. They never used him. And he couldn't go to anyone else. It was in the contract. They killed his political career. If it hadn't been for his signing that contract, he would have been president. He would have used his role of success on governing Minnesota to roll for the White House. And he very likely would have won. They made certain that didn't happen. After that, he believed in conspiracy theories. He had been the victim of a conspiracy. That's when he volunteered to host Conspiracy Theory. And it was a big success. They had to take it down. And they dispatched Anya Briggs. So her form of assassination was to kill the series. She went in and slept with both Jesse Ventura and Sean Stone, the co-hosts of Conspiracy Theory, and brought them down by getting them to fight each other. Literally, physically fight each other on set. And the series came to a crashing end. It was like season 3 took 2 years before it aired, and they only aired a few episodes. She destroyed them. It's an assassination of character. Anya Briggs was sent after me. And she was flown to San Francisco, but there was no place for her to really stalk me or stay while she was in the area. I spoke to her for hours at a time while she was in New York on Skype. She was one of my first Skype calls. She was one of the first calls I ever had on Skype, and it lasted hours. And she came flying out here shortly after that, looking for me. Nothing came of it for her, and she struck out. But I know she came looking for me because she talked to people that I personally know, and was asking about me. And they described her and said, "Oh yeah, her name was Anya Briggs." That was so yeah. This is some of what happened with the whole Max Spears world. And Max Spears had slept with Anya Briggs. Matter of fact, Anya Briggs tried to destroy Max Spears by having him imprisoned, claiming he had physically abused her. Which I believe Max Spears when he said he didn't. So, yeah, again, notice the pattern here, all this incestuous interconnection with these people. And it's not like any of it is minor. This is all major stuff. Jesse Ventura would have been president, had a hit TV series, and his career was destroyed not once, but twice. I mean, now that's fucked. And, Sean Stone was so fucked over by Anya Briggs, he converted to Islam. At any rate, aside from the morbid entertainment of all of this, am I answering any of your questions about Max Spears, or you wanted to concentrate on something more conceptual, like what he was talking about? The majority of what he was talking about was simply producing content for Miles Johnston, so he was just regurgitating, re-spewing the sewage he was sucking off the internet. It was tragic, and it was pathetic, and was very, very sad. And he was ultimately taken out by Michael Aquino. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you cleared it up for me 100%, you know. And I just want to let you know that, yeah, just me trying to navigate my reality in my life, I think that I always just got to keep asking questions to just make sure I'm on the right track. So, you know, a lot of the times I did kind of believe with it. I believed in what they would say. So I would be scared or have some kind of fear. But now that what you're bringing up to me, it makes me kind of fearless in a way. Now I can just go on with the world without having to think that while I'm sleeping, some evil demonic thing or something's going to happen to me, or there's some evil clone or something's going to happen. So
That's
yeah,
what
it
they
just
feed
kind of gives
off
me a
of.
little
Yeah,
piece. Yeah, exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And you're bringing that awareness to me, and so now I understand how it's how they navigate, and I understand how they use energy forms to navigate. And I honestly, this is kind of bringing back to Laura Lee Solomon. Wasn't she your executive producer for a little bit?
Yeah, that's right. For a long while. I mean, comparatively long while. It was a few years at least. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. She was very, very into the occult and magic, and I think that
yeah, she
a
was
lot
actually a member of the OTO, the Ordo Templar Orientalis, the Crowleyite cult. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and she talks about, yeah, and I've heard of interviews with you and her, and her 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 opinions on Aleister Crowley, where he kind of exposed the occult too a little bit. But anyways, with all this being said, I'm sorry I have to log out, but there's so much you can get into. But yeah, I'm really glad that you cleared that up for me, Douglas, and I'm having an awesome time talking to you. And sorry that I kind of blocked you from getting into your geopolitical monologue.
It's okay. It's more than welcome. I mean, we need this to happen. It hasn't happened in a long while.
Yeah.
And
that's really okay. Thanks for saving us there.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and it's just a lot of questions I still have unanswered. So maybe the next show I can get back onto those questions with you guys.
Yeah, that would be appreciated, and I thank you for that. Just remember, you're always going to be called every time the show starts, and just feel free to jump on bandwidth while we're in the opening hours. It's fine. And
okay.
Yeah. Well, stay safe and be well, and share our love with your family. All right.
All right. See you later, Arvides.
Yeah, possibly on Wednesday.
Aristides, sorry.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
All righty. You have a good night.
You too. And yeah, well, I'll ask you next time the significance of the word aliÄ in your email. AliÄ, that's an ancient name. I'd like to ask you about that next time. All right.
aliÄ?
Yeah, something of that nature. Did I get it right? It was in your email title. Next to your surname. Alida?
Oh yeah, aliÄ. Yeah, that's my mother's maiden name. I mean, my mother's first name. Sorry. Yeah. aliÄ.
Oh, amazing. Okay, aliÄ. Thank you. Very beautiful name, and it's very meaningful. I was wondering about that. When I saw that, I thought maybe you were non-binary.
No.
Okay.
No, that's actually my mother. Wait, what is that reference? I'm it's my first time ever hearing that. aliÄ. And that's her. I call her Elida. That's what I've known, and that's my mom's first name.
Oh, there's just different pronunciations for it, but it means a fast-sailing ship in the ancient Viking or the ancient Norse language, and it also means a woman of great wisdom. It's a female name. That's what confused me. But okay, now I have the context. So okay, you're using your mother's email. That's basically her account. You're using her account essentially, or you just used the name because it was nice.
No,
Okay.
at the time, I was really eager to talk to you, so I grabbed the closest phone to me, which happened to be my mother's phone.
Got it. Okay. There we are.
But that's actually very interesting. And I'll let her know what you said. She's gonna be pretty amazed by that. She's gonna be like, "Oh wow, I never knew that."
Okay, cool. Okay, well, share our love with her, and you have a blessed night. Okay.
All right, you guys too. Bye.
All right, bye for now. Okay, so that is
wow.
Yeah. Glad we were able to get that out there.
You covered a lot. Like I'm not upset at all that he distracted you from your geopolitical monologue. Like to get at all of this wonder and whimsy. I mean,
thank you, Aristides. No, I appreciate that profoundly. And so we've done, I think, a great service already. Let's dive into the monologue for a period of time now. I mean, we've been on for we can go a few hours. Let's do that. Right. So and we couldn't do it without Aristides. He's our Rock of Gibraltar. And,
thanks. I'll have a few things to circle back on you with, but I realized you also want to change gears right now, so we'll circle back.
Feel free to.
No, I don't know. No, it's okay. I mean,
okay. Then just make
whatever you want to do. We could, or if you're ready to like kind of.
Well, I mean, no, I'm happy with circling back to it. Go ahead and ask. Yeah, I mean.
Oh no, just there was no huge thing. I just kind of. There were so many interesting points to just kind of go back on, but also we could do that another time. So
sure.
I don't know. Let me think.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to write down notes and then ask me on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And
I kind of did, but it's all right. It's a lot too. Oh, let's talk about what you just talked about for an hour. It's like, no, if you need to like kind of take a deep breath and kind of, you had other places, you've got other places to go. You have a lot of places to
Yeah, that's great. No, I think
to cover a lot of directions to cover.
So let's do that. We'll finalize the last 2 hours with
go ahead. What's new in the world today? Tell us.
There, thank you. So I was explaining earlier that my Tong brother Beaver bailed me out on the balance. Still bitching about the weapons movie. Speaking of bailouts, you've got to keep your yen up, as brought to my attention by Joseph Araujo and Aristides Iornas. The Japanese and American empires intervened to strengthen the yen by buying billions of dollars worth of Japanese currency, reportedly between 5 to 10 billion United States dollars worth. As he kicked off the opening day of the opening work week of this month by confirming the intervention, Trump said, "Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor." We will return to this in conclusion tonight, not to Pearl Harbor, but to the entire yen incident. In India and Great Britain, Hindu worshippers are taking part in rituals honoring the divine feminine. These observances, which Brendan Zogid is participating in, come during Adi, a holy month in the Tamil calendar associated with prayers, offerings, and devotion to Hindu goddesses. This in amidst his own oblations on the scene of the crime from Brendan Zogid. Disturbing new details are emerging about human remains discovered along Old Stage Road outside Salinas, California. A county employee who says he personally discovered the remains told Bren the scene included a human skull, other bones, knives, candles, burned money, decapitated chicken heads, animal horns, small statuettes, and objects he believed resembled voodoo dolls. The employee characterized the collection as possible witchcraft-related paraphernalia. No shit, right? And described the scene as appearing ritualistic. Again, like, duh! The Monterey County Sheriff's Office has confirmed human remains were discovered in the 400 block of Old Stage Road. However, investigators have not confirmed that witchcraft, vajahuduns, or any ritual was involved. Imagine that. And Bren has not yet been able to independently verify the purpose or significance of the objects as revealed on site. Ritual leavings from a completed working that involves spirit invocation of some kind, possibly a curse removal, prosperity working, binding, or similar. Better to leave stuff like that alone if you find it. If that was used to contain anything negative, you risk transferring it to yourself. Obviously, the police are instructed to deny this, cover it up, and claim it never happened. They, therefore, act as accomplices in ritual murder. This is why Satanists have a 007 license to kill throughout the United States. The police constabularies act as, well, their enablers, and effectively their accomplices. Achtung! California City has pulled the plug on its entire computer network after a cyber attack knocked out Dietrich, that would be Die Deutschen Sprech for the Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key systems, including 911 routing and police and fire dispatch. Suisun, or Suisun City, Suisun City, California, declared a state of emergency Saturday, just yesterday, during my Daddy Day with family, after malicious software breached its IT, or information technology systems, at about 5:45 a.m. on Friday. Despite the digital chaos, Suisun City officials say residents are not facing any immediate danger, or at least none that anyone is able to communicate to them with all the systems down. Well, emergency crews remain on the streets, with city dispatchers routing calls through Solano County, California Dispatch Center. Police and fire personnel are continuing to respond to calls for service thereby. Speaking of service, let's dive into the night via reflection on accountability, deterrence, and the erosion of standards in public service. Because America has made treason affordable again. In the summer of 1779, George Washington wrote to the Major General Robert Howe about how hard it was to find trustworthy men near enemy lines, himself warning that few people had the virtue to withstand, in his words, the highest bidder. A year later, Benedict Arnold proved him right by trying to sell West Point to the British for £20,000. Washington didn't launch an internal review, mindest ye. He hanged Arnold's handler within 10 days. The founders knew that a country unwilling to punish treason was simply putting a price tag on its own security. For a long time, American courts remembered that lesson. The Judeo-Soviet spy team of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg went to the electric chair for passing atomic secrets to Moscow. Traitors such as Aldrich Ames and Robert Hansen got life without parole, dying behind bars. Even CIA officers caught conspiring with foreign intelligence, such as Jerry Chun-Shing Lee, received decades in federal prison. Compare those outcomes to what happens today. A federal judge recently sentenced John Harold Rogers, a former senior advisor at the Federal Reserve, to just 38 months. Rogers had access to America's most sensitive economic data, Fed briefing books, internal deliberations on tariffs, and advance notice on interest rate decisions. Prosecutors showed he funneled restricted intelligence to communist Chinese operatives. A jury acquitted him of economic espionage, but convicted him of lying to federal agents. Hansen died in a supermax. Rogers will be out of prison before the next presidential election cycle even finishes. When the accused is an elected official, the leniency gets even stranger. the former Senator Bob Menendez. Well, Bob Menendez was convicted in 2024 for acting as a foreign agent while holding a Senate leadership seat, complete with gold bars and cash stuffed in his coat pockets. He received 11 years. Meanwhile, the representative Henry Cuellar, Democrat from Texas, faced an indictment over hundreds of thousands in bribes from Azerbaijan, the genocidal nation which exterminated half my son's nation of Armenia only a few years ago, and he received just as many bribes from Mexico, south of the border, only to walk away with a full presidential pardon from Donald Trump himself before ever seeing a courtroom. Just look at the sheer scale of what is slipping through the cracks. The Government Accountability Office, the GAO, estimates that Washington hemorrhages up to $500 billion a year to outright fraud, on top of hundreds of billions in simple, improper payments. You like that term? Even short-lived audit initiatives like the Department of Government Efficiency folded up shop with auditors still arguing over the math. When a government loses track of hundreds of billions of dollars every year, it isn't just dealing with inefficiency. It's been building a playground for corruption. Consider the case of David Rush, the former senior CIA officer whose home was raided by the FBI. Agents seized $40 million worth of gold bars. Prosecutors say he simply requisitioned the gold from his own agency under the guise of official expenses and walked it out the door. Regardless of how his trial plays out, the underlying fact remains staggering. The system handed one man $40 million in gold and didn't even notice it was missing until it was stacked in his house. Why does a low-level courier get life in prison while politicians and high-ranking officials get personal pardons from President Trump, light plea deals, or a quiet wave through the exit door? Part of it is that legal definitions of corruption have been narrowed to the point of uselessness. But the uglier truth is that trading influence has become so normalized that thoroughly prosecuting it would drag down half the political establishment. Money isn't the only leverage being abused against public officials anymore. Justice Amy Coney Barrett recently detailed for Congress the death threats and swatting calls directed at her family. A functional republic requires leaders who can't be bought with cash, lured by board seats, or intimidated by threats. Benedict Arnold died in exile in London, on Thames, universally despised by the very empire he tried to help. The early republic made his name synonymous with disgrace because they knew deterrence requires shame as much as law. Washington knew that very few men could resist a high enough bid. The only real test of a nation is what it does to the ones who take it. In that regard, I suppose, Trump is targeting birthright citizenship again. President Donald Trump signed new executive orders Thursday aimed at further restricting birthright citizenship and birth tourism. In June, the Supreme Court rejected Trump's earlier push to narrow birthright citizenship, affirming that children born on American soil are citizens even if their parents are in the country illegally or temporarily. But the new orders take a more limited approach. One would deny birthright citizenship to children born to alien enemies, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and some people acting on behalf of foreign governments. The other targets people traveling to the United States or America to give birth, though existing law already prohibits obtaining a visa primarily to secure United States citizenship for a child. This, as ever fewer young Zhonghua Daluren or mainland Chinese even study abroad anymore. For 20 decades, the Communist Chinese Empire's brightest students have flooded westward for university. Those who returned from their education in America, Canada, or Great Britain were often held in high esteem and paid handsomely. But no longer. Retournees are increasingly looked at suspiciously by employers who fear they could be unruly or even spies. Meanwhile, Communist Chinese universities are climbing the global rankings. Red Chinese students' waning interest in studying abroad will cause pain both at home and in the West. Consider Communist China's overcapacity denial. Beijing still doesn't think overcapacity is a problem. Excessive production in Dietrich again dy80926 for Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key sectors, has been blamed for undermining manufacturing and employment in the Communist Chinese Empire's trading partners by flooding export markets with goods produced below market costs. The Commerce Ministry report, tellingly titled, Proletarian China's position on the so-called excess capacity issue is a full-throated rejection of the overcapacity problem. But it is also much more than that. It is the Communist Party's attempt to defend economic globalization and the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate's position in it as the world's factory. It is supremely defensive, but also overconfident. Reading it will not reassure Red China's interlocutors abroad. Bear that in mind and forget about OPEC, because the Communist Chinese Party now calls all the shots. As brought to my attention by Aristides Yornaz via the People's Petrol, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East has become the world's great oil power. The Iran war has caused the largest supply shock in petroleum history. Yet even when fighting was most intense, oil prices never reached the $150 a barrel many analysts had predicted at the start of conflict. For this, thank a few governments. Soon after Iranian munitions made the Strait of Hormuz unpassable, trapping 14 million BD, or barrels a day, of crude inside the Gulf, petro-monarchs in Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, directed an extra 5 million BD, or barrels a day, through pipes bypassing the conduit. Ministers in Washington and Tokyo released a record 2 million barrels a day of emergency stocks. State-led rationing in poorer countries staved off, or at least shaved off, a chunk of demand. But disaster would have struck without decisions quietly taken in another capital, Beijing. Between February and June, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East slashed its crude imports by half, or 5.5 million BD, barrels a day, enough, experts reckon, to have shaved $30 or more off Brent, the global benchmark. That is more than half of the worldwide decline during the COVID-19 lockdowns, when global demand collapsed by 9 million barrels a day. And in contrast to the pandemic, when the world economy slid into recession, the Communist Chinese Empire's gross domestic product has chugged along just fine. It has not been buying less foreign crude because its economy is suffering. This ability to turn oil demand on and off, ostensibly at low economic cost, allows the world's biggest oil importer to move prices just as the OPEC, Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, our cartel, and its allies have long done through their control of half of global output. And as the cartel is weakened by the recent departure of the United Arab Emirates and strained production capacity of its remaining Gulf members, the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate's market power is growing. As one oil trading boss puts it, People's China is the new OPEC. For 4 decades, OPEC has striven to keep prices high using production quotas. Importers cannot conversely keep prices low by rationing demand because buyers are much more fragmented than sellers and because domestic energy demand is the result of decisions by countless agents. The Brobdingnagian or Brobdingnagian statist, meaning the enormous or astronomically, cosmically large state of Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe-Guan, the People's Republic of China, is the exception. And unlike OPEC Plus, whose decisions require agreement among 21 countries, its central planners can act unilaterally on the orders of a single madman, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. Mainland China moves petroleum markets using 3 main levers. The first is its national petroleum stocks. In the 12 months to early 2026, as the specter of a superglut depressed crude prices, Communist China on the Asian mainland snapped up 2 million barrels on the cheap, topping up already ample reserves of 1 billion barrels. Traders reckon proletarian Chinese purchases may have added 10 to 20 billion United States dollars to the global price, well, $10 to $20 per barrel to the global price of a barrel before the Iran war broke out. Of the 11.6 million BD, or barrels a day, Hongzhonghua Red China imported in February, up to 1 million BD, or barrels per day, were excess purchases it could subsequently forego by stockpiling less. Once its last pre-war Gulf cargoes had arrived in late April, Red China began drawing down these brimming reserves. According to Vortexa, a data firm, by July its inventories had fallen by 70 million barrels, not counting draws from floating storage and hidden caves. Add these in, and the centralized single-party state capitalist China tapped 150 million barrels in those 3 months, or some 1.5 million BD, barrels a day. Tom Reed of Argus Media, a price reporting agency, has noted that commercial stocks held by the profit-seeking storage arms of big oil firms rather than strategic reserves accounted for most of this. Refiners must usually replace what they draw within a month. But since those firms are state-owned and the state can requisition commercial stock, an exemption was presumably made. Add the 1 million BD no longer being stockpiled and 1.5 million BD in drawdowns, and stock management may account for 2.5 million BD of the 5.5 million barrels per day fall in imports, with Emily of Vortexa reckoning that Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China, could keep this going for another 4 months before rulers in Beijing started to worry about uncomfortably low stock levels. Communist Chinese central planners' second lever is export controls. As the world's second largest oil refiner, market socialist model China is usually a big fuel supplier to its Asian neighbors. In March, however, the government ordered domestic refiners to stop signing new export contracts and unwind many of those already agreed. Between February and April, Red China's exports of refined products fell by nearly half to 430,000 BD. This included 180,000 BD of highly refined jet fuel, which saved Chi-Com refineries 1.2 million to 1.8 million BD of crude. Restricting foreign sales allows market Leninese China to use more of its refinery output domestically. It also lets refiners use some crude that would nominally go into products for export to make other critical products, some of which commercial-centrist China normally gets from the Gulf for domestic use. Examples include naphtha and LPG, or liquefied petroleum gas, petrochemical feedstocks, and fuel oil, which small cash-strapped refiners often process instead of crude. The hit to refiners' margins, which are higher for export than for domestic sales, is something the Communist Party can stomach. Consider all this a slow burn. Because, however, ample stocks and restricted exports are not by themselves enough to explain the gargantuan reduction in commune capitalist Chinese imports. The collectivized Chinese government also pulled a third lever, curbing domestic demand. In June, Chicom refineries processed 2.7 million fewer BD of crude than a year earlier. Production of petrol fell by 14%. Output of diesel and jet fuel both shrunk by 21%. A look under the bonnet confirms a sharp drop in mainlander Chinese motor fuel use. As the authorities allowed fuel prices to rise, many city dwellers have stopped driving to work, opting instead for the metro, bicycles, or taxis, many of which are battery-powered. During a week-long national holiday in May, electric vehicle charging along motorways rose by nearly 55% compared with the year before. Trains are picking up the slack from domestic flights, the number of which has been slashed. Local authorities have postponed infrastructure works, saving on diesel. Sirian Healy of the International Energy Agency reckons Red China burnt 10% less petrol and kerosene in the war's first couple of months than in the same period a year earlier. China's petrochemical industry, the world's largest, is also adapting to the straitened circumstances. You like that pun? Last year, it turned millions of barrels per day of naphtha and LPG, a lot from the Gulf, into polymers, materials ranging from PVC and synthetic rubber to nylon and polyester, which corpo-collectivist Chinese factories use by the ton. In the absence of Gulf-sourced feedstocks and in the presence of a government edict to prioritize fuel over feedstocks, petrochemicals firms have instead come up with ways to make some polymers using coal and ethane, a gaseous byproduct of petroleum refining. The overall impact of all this belt-tightening on mainland China's economy looks to be manageable. Years of state-backed investment in renewables and green transport has made the energy system more flexible. Years of involution, where fierce competition has led to overcapacity in industries, including petrochemicals, has left the People's Republic of China with large unsold inventories of polymers and the stuff these go into. Such buffers explain why producer prices are not spiking and consumer prices remain under control. Although gross domestic product grew by 4.3% in the second quarter, the slowest since late 2022, this owes more to the weak investment and a hangover from a property crisis than to an oil shortage. And Michael Mහැ of the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies, a think tank, has noted that the communist Chinese super surveillance state can still tap its strategic oil reserves, which it has barely touched. Of course, Zhonghua Daluren, mainland Chinese stocks of crude, fuels, and polymers, though bigger than outsiders realized, are finite. One distributor says he just sold a cargo of polyethylene that had sat in his warehouse since 2021. In contrast to OPEC, which can, in principle, sustain production cuts for years, Communist China on the Asian mainland cannot keep importing 5.5 million BD less than usual indefinitely. But the Iran war has shown that, in practice, MÄMºDy, the People's Republic of China, can single-handedly stabilize the global oil market over a period of many months. Leaders of the increasingly fractious oil cartel can only dream of doing the same. We fed this dragon and lost the narrative. For nearly 20 decades, Pew Research Center surveys delivered the same reliable finding. The world viewed the United States more favorably than the Communist Chinese Empire. That era is over. In its July of 2026 report, Pew found that Zhonghua Renmin Guanghegua, the People's Republic of China, now ranks higher in favorability than the United States of America across most of the 36 countries surveyed. Gallup data from 2025 already showed mainland China's median approval edging past America's. Confidence in the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping now exceeds confidence in Donald Trump by a clear margin in all of the countries Pew tracks annually. The Council on Foreign Relations rightly asked what happened. The answer is simpler and more damning than most analysts want to admit. The single most influential reason the Communist Chinese Empire of the East looks better to the world than the United States of America is that Western mass media, Hollywood, journalists, multinational mega corporations, sports leagues, politicians, and cultural institutions have been systematically unable and unwilling to portray the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate in any meaningfully negative light. Beijing made the rules clear. Criticize us, depict our system honestly, or even hint at my Taiwan's separate status, and you lose access to the world's largest consumer market. The penalty for disobedience is eternal banishment. We complied. The result is a global information environment in which any and all of America's flaws are dissected in real time, while the Communist Chinese empires are entirely airbrushed out of existence. My Tong, Brother Beaver, knows this dynamic from the inside out. The details of what and to whom I shall not provide, but for 17 years he served as the personal procurer for the president of a studio motion picture division that pioneered the opening of mainland China's market to Hollywood. He personally witnessed them telling themselves that they were spreading American soft power, building domestic GDP, and creating cultural glue between the superpowers. In practice, they rewrote scripts, moved settings, and scrubbed content to satisfy Beijing censors. The original Looper script sent the stars Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt into France. They moved the plot's destination to Shanghai instead and even added lines that made Communist China on the Asian mainland the envy of the world. Iron Man 3 received heavy Commu corporate Chinese brand integration and a heroic, best in the world Commu Chinese scientist. And when Red Dawn originally cast the Communist Chinese Empire of the East as the invader, Sony and MGM reshot it under the angry demands of Beijing, replacing the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, with North Korea's military as the enemy. Paramount removed both the Taiwanese and Japanese flags from Tom Cruise's jacket in Top Gun: Maverick, not just for Zhonghua Daluren or mainland Chinese screens, but for the entire world. These were not isolated creative choices. They were the price of admission. The same leverage operates far beyond film. When the Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey tweeted support for Hong Kong in 2019, the NBA faced an immediate and severe market freeze. players and executives quickly learned the lesson. Stay silent on Beijing's red lines, or watch billions of dollars vanish. The Marriott superchain was forced to change its global maps and websites after listing My Taiwan and Tibet as separate entities. Its mainlander Chinese sites were shut down until the company publicly affirmed Beijing's expansionist territorial claims. Consulting firms like Mintz Group and Bain & Company conducting due diligence, that might reveal uncomfortable truths about corpo collectivist Chinese partners, have faced both restrictions, technical, legal, and every other restriction you can imagine, and actual physical raids. Industry leaders like J.P. Morgan, Burberry, Marriott, American Airlines, and GM, General Motors, and individuals ranging from John Cena to Brad Pitt to Marco Rubio have all absorbed the same message. Speak freely about the ongoing genocides in Xinjiang and Tibet, the suppression of Hong Kong, the chronic aggressions against My Taiwan, or the CCP's authoritarian mass suicidal malpractices against the Chinese peoples themselves, and the big red market door slams shut on your toes, your fingers, and your face. Ow. This is not ordinary market sensitivity. Various countries request local edits for content and a certain decorum when visiting. Beijing, however, demands complete global narrative control. The censorship is preemptive. Sensitive topics, Maoist Chinese villains, human rights abuses, traditional diligence and critique, research and data, historical events the Red People's Party prefers forgotten, rarely reach the script or presentation stage because both studios and industries know the downstream cost. Journalists and platforms self-censor for the same reason. Politicians who once spoke bluntly now calculate the commercial blowback on American companies in their districts. The cumulative effect is profound. The world consumes a steady diet of pathetically neurotic American self-criticism while receiving a carefully curated, always flattering, or simply absent portrait of the People's Republic of China. Contrast this with how the United States or America is portrayed. American mainstream mass media, entertainment, and political discourse freely and relentlessly highlight our polarization, inequality, foreign policy missteps, and institutional failures. That openness is a strength of open societies, but it becomes a strategic liability when the competing power systematically suppresses equivalent scrutiny. The Pew and Gallup numbers are not primarily the product of the Communist Chinese Empire's soft power genius or America's recent policy volatility. They are the predictable outcome of a decades-long information asymmetry that we ourselves enforced through commercial fear. A perfect illustration of how sustained cultural portrayals lock in generational perceptions sits right in front of us with the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. Ask the average Generation X American, the 13th American generation of those of us who came of age in the 1970s, 1980s, and early 1990s, what image flashes when they hear Russia or Moskva, and the answers are remarkably consistent even in 2026. Cold and gray streets, KGB spies in trench coats, miserable citizens standing in bread lines, heavy drinkers, drab fashion, concrete apartment blocks, and an atmosphere of perpetual suspicion and scarcity. Why does that stereotype still dominate? Because for decades, Western media, news, entertainment, and popular culture were completely free to portray the Bolshoi Sovietsky Soyuz, the Greater Soviet Union, and later Russia exactly that way, accurately, without any market punishment or corporate self-censorship. Think of the cultural catalog my Gen X absorbed. The Bond films, from the James Bond classic titled From Russia with Love onward, the Bourne franchises, icy Eastern European underworlds, Gorky Park, countless Cold War spy thrillers, and Rocky IV, where Ivan Drago and the Soviet system embodied emotionless, state-engineered menace. Nightly news footage of empty shelves, Mayday parades, and defectors only reinforced the picture. Mega corporations and mass advertisers had no incentive to soften the image because there was no massive Russian consumer market holding a veto over global content. The result is a durable mental model that has outlasted the Soviets' collapse itself. Quite rightly, my Gen X still carries that cold, gray, spy-ridden Russia in their heads because the West never stopped showing it. Now fast forward a single generation and reverse the dynamic. When I ask my 19-year-old professional escorts, like I did yesterday on Baba Day or Daddy Day, what they think of Communist China on the Asian mainland, their answers are just as consistent and precisely the photographic opposite. They describe blue skies, gleaming high-speed rail and infrastructure, best-in-class malls, shiny tall skyscrapers, world-leading GDP growth, eternally happy people, polished influencers, and a place that somehow has no crime, because that is all they have ever been allowed to see. It is the only Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China, that Western news, mass entertainment, social media, and mega corporate imagery have ever been allowed to show them for all of their lives. By the way, I said 19-year-old professional escorts. That year makes a world of difference. Not because I'm afraid of the legality of fucking 18-year-olds, but a year in time for a person that young is a year of exposure added to what they should have seen but did not. There was never a sustained cultural library of the harder realities. Totalitarian political control, mass surveillance, demographic pressure in terms of both the social credit system on a personal scale, or the mass extermination of literally half the Chinese race by their own draconian imposition of birth control that's left Red China with a 75% male population base. Or even simply the inhumane, indeed literally inhuman costs of rapid speed forced development that's left completely empty cities across the barren Zhonghua Daluren, our mainland Chinese countryside, because Beijing's market leverage made all those portrayals commercially radioactive. The information environment these girls grew up in simply did not permit the equivalent of a Rocky IV or Gorky Park for the Communist Chinese Empire. The generational contrast is the proof of concept. Unrestrictedly realistic negative storytelling locked in a lasting image of Russia for my entire Gen X. My 13th American generation, of which I myself am a part. Restrictedly sanitized storytelling locked in a lasting positive image of Hongzhonghua, Red China, for the totality of our children, excepting the precious few of whom have been privileged by my personal tutelage or private solicitation of sexual services, depending on their gender. And yeah, the reaction was pretty much what you'd expect. when I started trying to correct these young ladies about their, well, starstruck image of communist China on the Asian mainland. Of course, the first thing they asked me is, I'm getting paid for this too, right? Now, a lot of times my son, knowing my love for pornography, does come in and photograph or even film us while we're fucking. And at such times, of course, well, he caught that this time, rubbed his fingers through the young girl's hair and said, well, shut up and listen and you might learn something. At which point, when I proceeded to talk on about this subject, she said, well, is he getting off on this? At which point I saw the hopelessness of the cause and just went back to fucking her. This is what we're faced with. Something has to be done. Now, my Tong brother, Beaver's Beverly Hills clients in crime, used to believe, let's put it this way, the Pew favorability numbers are the natural downstream result of everything I've already articulated. And my Tonkster, gangster brother Beaver's Beverly Hills clients in crime, brought us here because they used to believe that all the compromises were temporary and justified. They were feeding the dragon in the forlorn hope that unconditional engagement would somehow liberalize Beijing and expand American influence. In point of fact, the wife of the man who contracted Beaver to expedite his studio's integration into the black market of Red China warned him during the Iron Man 3 production that he was feeding a monster that would eventually become uncontrollable. And today that same man concedes his wife was right. We taught market socialist model China's film industry our methods, handed them narrative victories, and accepted global censorship across all industries as the cost of doing business. Today, Hollywood's share of market Leninist China's box office has collapsed from majority dominance to single digits. Rinse and repeat the same for global businesses in every category. We lost the market, and, more importantly, we distorted the world's perception of both the American and communist Chinese empires along the way. This cannot continue. The Pew findings are a warning, not a permanent verdict. Soft power is mercurial. Public opinion can shift when information flows more freely. The fastest way to restore balance is to stop letting Beijing write the rules for what the rest of the world is allowed to see and say about Hōngzhōngghuā, or Red China. We fed the dragon for years. Now it's time to take back the microphone. Speaking of taking back the mic, Netanyahu has gone on record to state that Israel officially rejects Trump's 15-point Gaza plan. To reiterate, today the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel will not accept the 15-point plan from President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, himself so telling a cabinet meeting, and here I quote his T, I want to clarify this. Israel rejects the 15-point document. I have heard people saying, you didn't say that. So here I am saying it again. The IDF will not carry out any withdrawal until Hamas is disarmed. Trump, who last month touted a breakthrough in his Gaza peace plan, said Hamas has agreed to lay down its arms. However, the Board of Peace's proposal calls for a phased Israeli troop withdrawal from the Gaza alongside the disarmament of Hamas. Trump's Gaza plan is a blueprint for permanent subjugation at any rate. On the 30th night of July, Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that his newly minted Board of Peace had reached what he termed a historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and every other armed group in the Gaza. He hailed it as a critical step toward a new Palestinian government that would work closely with the board. Read that arrangement for what it actually is. The new Palestinian government is defined, in the very same breath that announces it, by its institutional subordination to a body chaired for life by an American president. That is not the grammar of sovereignty. It is the language of colonial guardianship repackaged for le 21e siècle, the 21st century. Two crucial realities were conspicuously omitted from the announcement. First, Israel has not accepted the roadmap. Second, Palestinian factions maintain that no weapons will be surrendered until an unconditional Israeli military withdrawal is guaranteed. Consequently, the deal remains, for now, a paper document rather than a fact on the ground. But the document itself is the point. Whether or not it is ever implemented, its terms lay bare what Palestinians are expected to swallow and what fundamental rights they must forfeit to buy a momentary pause in the open genocide of their peoples. The mechanics detailed in the roadmap are explicit. Hamas is required to hand its weapons, starting with tunnels, depots, and heavy arms, to a Palestinian National Committee operating under international verification, an international stabilization force of roughly 5,000 troops, placed under the command of an American general, would position itself between Palestinians and withdrawing Israeli units whilst training a newly recruited police force from scratch. Civil administration would pass to the National Committee for the Administration of the Gaza, a technocratic body designed with no place for Hamas and zero electoral origin. Its appointed head, Ali Shaath, is a former Palestinian Authority official installed from above. At no point in the sequence does the Palestinian public choose who governs them. Compare this with the failed bargains of the past. The Oslo and Camp David frameworks failed Palestinians in nearly every conceivable way, and the state they promised never materialized. But even those flawed frameworks explicitly named statehood as the destination. The core formula was concede now, receive a state later. The concession was extracted, the state was withheld, and that systemic betrayal became the central wound of the last 3 decades. What is entirely unprecedented in 2026 is that the destination has been deliberately struck from the text. The roadmap is meticulous about weapons, verification timelines, and the 200 to 300 days that demilitarization is expected to take. On Palestinian statehood, it is utterly silent. A plan that specifies precisely how an occupied people must disarm while remaining mute on what they are disarming toward has answered the question by refusing to ask it. An administered territory is not a state in waiting. It is a protectorate with polished branding. The committee running Gaza answers upward to an external board in the manner of a company, never downward to the people of Gaza. Its reconstruction funds flow through a financial vehicle controlled by that same board, whose charter allows any government to buy a permanent seat for $1 billion in cash. Trump will chair it for life, removable only by a unanimous vote, which he has the power to veto. Notably, France, España, and Norway reviewed this charter in January and flatly declined to join, recognizing it as an attempt to bypass and supplant the United Nations. Their hesitation was not squeamishness. It was a basic reading of the text. Where does Eretz Israel Hishlema, the greater land of Israel, stand in this architecture? It sits outside the board because it does not need a seat. Every phase of Palestinian disarmament is strictly tethered to an Israeli withdrawal controlled entirely by Tel Aviv-Yafo, backed by Washington. Israel can accept these terms in theory while violating or reinterpreting them in practice, fully confident that the United States will shield it from consequences. This is the same military machine that has flattened much of the Gaza that faces an active genocide case at the International Court of Justice and ICC arrest warrants for its leadership, and that now acts as the gatekeeper for the entire peace process. Palestinians disarm on a rigid schedule. Israel withdraws at its absolute discretion. The word carrying the heaviest ideological freight in Trump's announcement is technocratic. It sounds like a welcome relief after catastrophe. Competent management at last. But technocracy is a political tool designed to lift a fundamental question out of the realm of popular politik. Who decides the future of this land and its people? Swap an elected government, however compromised, for a committee of appointed managers answering to a foreign board, and Gaza doesn't really get depoliticized leadership. Governance has simply moved into a closed room where no Palestinian holds a single vote. Defenders of the plan argue that the alternative is endless war, and that a rebuilt, disarmed Gaza justifies the loss of a political horizon. That trade deserves its proper name. Such stability is bought by sacrificing the future, and it is negotiated and executed on behalf of a population that was never consulted. According to Gaza's health ministry, at least 1,100 Palestinians have been exterminated since the ceasefire ostensibly took effect on October 10th of 2025, Double 10 Day, the national holiday or Independence Day of my Taiwan. A population that has buried so many dead under a supposed truce has every reason to want the dying to end on almost any terms. That profound desperation is not consent. It is leverage, and the architects of this deal are exploiting it to the hilt. Now, responding to our dear T-Tank Barry's latest sigils, words of protection. And yes, he got it right. This is the Technocrats' magazine, showing their Super Terminator Macrobot, or giant killer robot, well, marching on Washington, D.C. and destroying people along the way. That is the technocrats and their objective. Some will object that Hamas rule was never democratically chosen either, and that an appointed committee is no worse than a movement produced by years of political vacuum. That objection misses the entire design. The fundamental grievance is not Hamas versus a committee. Rather, Palestinians have not had a voice in either arrangement, whilst the latter makes disenfranchisement permanent by structural design. Weapons are a poor foundation for a nation, and Hamas's arsenal brought Gaza nothing but ruin. But a people that disarms first, under foreign supervision, into a structure with no route to self-rule, has surrendered the last card it could carry into a negotiation over its own destiny. This deal does not postpone Palestinian statehood. It dismantles the very mechanism by which statehood could ever be demanded. And, yes, with that, a good display page of the technocratic ideal from T. Tank Berry in our Infinite Call text box. Now, through this deal that I've been putting under analysis for you, Israel secures impunity. The board secures a working precedent, authorized under United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803, that a great power can administer a conquered population through a committee of its choosing. Gulf financiers secure a lucrative reconstruction project to shape, and the Palestinians secure quiet, a committee, and a permanent place beneath someone else's board. Call the arrangement by many names, but do not call it any step toward a Palestinian state. Now, yes, here we get it. We've got other input from T. Tank Berry about the technocracy agenda. Now, Israel's own next election really is a battle for the genocidal apartheid state's very soul. For years, the standard analysis of Israeli elections has focused almost exclusively on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the future of the West Bank, and regional security threats. Yes, regional security threats, but as Israel heads into yet another crucial election, the world is missing a major part of the real story. By the way, just giving a response here to the latest from T. Tank Berry. This election in Israel is not just about borders or defense. It is a fateful referendum on the internal disintegration of Israeli society. It is the most critical election in their history, and as they occupy this United States through their Zionist government, also the most critical election in our own, because they are choosing between the continuation of a cynical political illusion and the very survival of their social fabric. Let me compare Israel's situation to our own. Over the last few years, a terrifying phenomenon has taken hold. The legitimate pain, historic marginalization, and economic suffering of Israel's periphery have been weaponized. They have been transformed from an urgent social crisis into a cheap mass marketing campaign designed to secure the survival of a single man, Benjamin Netanyahu. To understand why this election is a point of no return, one must understand the toxic political myth that has come to dominate Israeli discourse. The concept of The Second Israel. Coined and popularized by pro-Netanyahu pundits, the term historically referred to Mizrahi Jews of Middle Eastern and North African descent, most exemplified by Ethiopian Israelis, who made Aliyah from Ethiopia, and those living in the socio-economic periphery. Let me be absolutely clear. As the last-born son of Adolf Hitler, the Second Israel theory is a dangerous division of their own country. It is a fabricated binary designed to fragment themselves rather than heal themselves, and it doesn't serve them any well. True social justice cannot be achieved by locking citizens into rigid, weaponized boxes. But under Netanyahu's interminable reign, the definition underwent a radical Orwellian manipulation. Today, actual socioeconomic status, geographical location, or ethnic origin no longer matter. The sole litmus test for belonging to the Second Israel is whether or not an Israeli supports Netanyahu. Supporting him automatically crowns an Israeli a victim of the elites. Opposing him turns an Israeli into a privileged oppressor, even if an Israeli were born in a transit camp in a remote town, lived their entire life in poverty, and remains deeply traditional. Through this populist alchemy, Netanyahu has built a psychological fortress, a Bibi land, where social grievances are deliberately reinforced in perpetuity rather than ever solved. It is a brilliant, albeit devastating, political strategy. The deeper the poverty, the more severe the underfunding of schools and hospitals in the periphery, the easier it is to channel the public's justifiable anger away from the government and toward internal enemies, the judiciary, the free press, and the cultural elites. The marginalized have been trapped in a domestic Stockholm syndrome, taught to view the very architect of their economic plight as their sole protector and savior. In response to our dear T-Tank Berry acknowledging his latest commentary. The irony is as thick as it is tragic. Why? Because Netanyahu is the ultimate embodiment of the privileged First Israel. Raised in an affluent Jerusalem, or Yerushalayim neighborhood, educated at American elite institutions, and a veteran of an elite military unit, Netanyahu is currently, culturally and economically, light years from the traditional working class base he claims to represent. The greatest tragedy of this manufactured division is that Netanyahu is the one who inflicts economic harm upon the very people categorized as Second Israel, while presenting himself as, misrepresenting himself as their savior. His dictatorship has consistently dismantled the systems meant to empower them. His own misactions prove he doesn't care about the Second Israel. A leader can passionately represent the underprivileged without being one of them, provided they implement policies to uplift them. But as the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, Netanyahu championed a cold, hyper-capitalist malethos. He slashed social safety nets, privatized essential services, and presided over a genocidal apartheid state with some of the highest inequality rates in the developed world. The underfunded schools, the overburdened hospitals, and the lack of infrastructure in the periphery are the direct results of his misgovernance. The very people he claims to shield are the ones left to sink ever further below the surface. Under his watch, the at-risk youth, the families unable to break the cycle of poverty, have seen their realities only worsen. The socio-economic gaps have only widened, and the periphery has been left to sink ever further below the surface. Even his credentials as the ultimate guardian of Israel's paleo-reactionary right-wing white supremacist ideology are an illusion. Over his career, Netanyahu has repeatedly bucked retro-conservative doctrine, freezing West Bank settlements, releasing thousands of terrorists in disproportionate swaps, and showing the willingness for far-reaching territorial concessions in past negotiations. But by turning him into a messianic persona, his cultists have made him immune to any kind of critique. This upcoming election is the most consequential in Israel's history because they are running out of time. Everything I have described going on over there but mirrors what the Zionist occupation government has caused to happen here. And we too are running out of time. They cannot afford another midterm where their social fractures are mistreated as electoral assets. The socio-economic neglect of their periphery is no longer just a minor domestic issue. It is a strategic threat to the stability of their entire white settler colonial regime. A society cannot hold together when its leadership deliberately feeds on its own internal injuries. When Israelis go to the polls in October, the true choice will not be between the right or left, nor will it only be about national security. The choice will be whether they allow their historic social pain to be permanently hijacked for the legal and political survival of a dictator, or whether they finally dismantle Bibi Land and begin the grueling and necessary work of rebuilding their fractured society and leaving us alone to rebuild ours. Forget their withdrawal from the Gaza. I advocate an Israeli withdrawal from the United States. And for those of them over there who see the reality on the ground every day, as epitomized by the black Israelis of Ethiopian immigration, the stakes could not be higher. It is a vote to decide if Israel will remain an illusion or if it will finally become a home for them all. Because Thomas Jefferson saw through Iran's playbook 240 years ago. In 1815, with the Commodore Stephen Decatur's guns trained upon his harbor, the Dey of Algiers signed a treaty with these United States, then told the Americans what he thought thereof. To quote St. verbatim, "My power has been wrested from my hands. Draw the treaty at your pleasure, and I will sign it. But beware, the moment I recover my power, for with that moment your treaty shall be waste paper." By the way, that's a censored interpretation. He really said asswipe. By the way, I hit the wrong emoji for that. I meant to hit that with a bang. And of course, we bring ourselves to the yes. There we are. Now that I'll respond to with 100. And again with that, well, with a flaming heart. There we go. Now, no adversary, other than the Dey of Algiers, has ever explained himself more honestly. And, well, no lesson from America's First War has ever been more expensively relearned. An agreement is a snapshot of a power relationship, not a substitute, therefore. It binds exactly as long as the leverage that produced it. We are relearning it now with Iran, and we have seen this movie before. In fact, we premiered it. In 1786, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams asked the ambassador from Tripoli what America, a new nation with no navy and no quarrel in the Mediterranean, had done to deserve the seizure and enslavement of its sailors. Jefferson recorded the answer in his report to John Jay, and here I read therefrom. The hostility rested not on anything America had done, but on what America was: unsubmitted, unprotected, profitable to raid. It is worth remembering what seizure meant. As one historian wrote, captives stripped, chained, and auctioned, examined by buyers as they would any domestic animal. The Irish village of Baltimore was carried off in a single night. Of more than 100 taken, only Twa ever saw Ireland ever again. The tribute America paid was the price of keeping American sailors off that auction block. It was ransom. And for 12 decades, America paid. Treaty after treaty was broken or repriced within a few years, while the seizures continued. Some 35 American ships and roughly 700 Americans taken between 1784 and 1815. At its peak, tribute approached a fifth of federal spending. And every payment only financed the fleet that would seize more. The demands grew with our generosity until 1801, when Tripoli, declared war to raise that price. Jefferson refused and sent the squadron. The style of the demand, he told Congress, admitted but one answer: 4 years of naval war, and Decatur's 1815 campaign ended what 30 years of payments had only perpetuated. Force converted no one and changed no beliefs in Algiers, but it changed the price list. Raiding Americans stopped paying, and so it finally stopped. Now consider the last 11 years. A 2015 agreement traded sanctions relief, postmodern tribute, paid in market assets and unfrozen assets for promised restraint, followed by talks Tehran abused to buy time while enrichment advanced, then collapse and strikes. New talks this February failed within weeks, giving way to war, a ceasefire, and a June 17th memorandum of understanding, followed within a month by disputes over what was agreed, satellite imagery showing repairs at the bombed nuclear sites, and an American president declaring the deal over, even as indirect talks continue through mediations. and mediators. Here too, the ledger is not merely monetary. This is the regime that held 52 Americans hostage for 444 days and has practiced hostage diplomacy ever since, whose proxies blew up 241 Americans in their barracks in Beirut, that shoots its own daughters in the street for showing their hair, and executes more of its own people than any government on earth save the Communist Chinese Empire of the East. If the public and press waffle on Iran, part of the reason is simple unawareness of this record. You cannot weigh a negotiation honestly if you do not even know who is across the goddamn table. The choreography is identical. An agreement signed under pressure, eroded at the rate we will tolerate, voided when the balance shifts. This is not erratic behavior. It is consistency, a doctrine in which an agreement with a stronger adversary is a purchased pause, revocable when power returns. The current maladministration appears to grasp the arithmetic. It is negotiating from restored leverage, not promised leverage. But a president cannot hold that position alone. Jefferson could send the squadron only because Congress had funded the frigates in 1794, and the public requires a Congress that funds deterrence before the crises. A press that reports the adversary's misconduct rather than scoring each week's talks as a horse race, and a public that accepts that the cheapest option is really the most expensive one. Division is a discount, and our adversaries have always been careful shoppers. Jefferson's generation needed 30 years, a fifth of the budget, and 12 wars to act on what it was told plainly circa 1786. The adversary was honest. It was the receiving side that could not afford to believe him. The corsairs were consistent. Tehran is consistent. The question is not whether the adversary will honor the paper. He has already told us. The question is whether Congress, the press, and the American people will believe him quickly enough to stand behind a single settled American answer, spoken with a single voice. In the same interest, America cannot let the Japanese yen fail. At the heart of all this is the terrifying specter of inflation. In an extremely rare bilateral maneuver, the Japanese and American empires have intervened to shore up the Japanese yen, which has been steadily losing value and sliding towards a 40-year low. The news was confirmed by the Japanese Finance Ministry on the morning of Monday as dated the 3rd of August, opening our first work week of this month. President Trump preceded the announcement by explaining that the United States of America was always there to help Japan. In truth, there wouldn't have been much point in denying it, what with Reuters' photograph showing a memo on the United States Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent's desk, with the simple instruction, to do, buy Japanese yen, JPY, in parentheses, 5 to 10 billion. The dollar fell to 157 yen after the announcement, well down from 164, considered by Morgan Stanley the highest tolerable point for the Japanese government of the previous week. This is an extraordinary manipulation. It is the first joint intervention since 2011, the very year of my late and sainted mother's murder, which is hardly comparable, as that was when the Japanese economy was reeling from the after effects of the earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear attack via Israel's Stuxnet combined. It may seem to hint at a certain desperation from Tokyo, though, especially as the Prime Ministress Takeichi Sanae is building up to launch her signature 21 trillion yen, our $134 billion economic stimulus package. The weak yen is mainly a consequence of much lower interest rates than comparable countries, but also a symptom of a beleaguered economy beset by low productivity, labor shortages, and a sclerotic economic model. Foreign intervention is the latest attempt to save the currency, the corporate shogunal Japanese government having already spent the equivalent of $74 billion trying to do so this year, which worked for about 3 weeks. So, what's in it for America-jin, or Americans? The willingness to help out sounds nice, but in reality, the move is likely a signal of deep concern from the constitutional American Republic about what the Empire of Japan might do if the going got really rough. There has been considerable speculation in the press in recent weeks about the prospect of the Imperial Japanese corporate shogunal superstate repatriating some of its vast overseas assets, which include 1 trillion United States dollars worth of United States Treasury securities. The finance ministress, Kariyama Satsuki, recently urged pension funds, including the world's largest, what with the Japanese corporate shogunacy, accommodating a lot of pensioners, the Government Pension Investment Fund, to prioritize domestic investments. She also floated the idea of a tax-free investment program for individuals, which would include government bonds. Even the prospect of bringing home part of Daimihon, or Greater Japan's massive American holdings, must cause American policymakers sleepless nights. Such a maneuver would push bond prices down and increase yields and interest rates at a time when the American national debt has reached almost unimaginable levels. Corporate shogunal Japan, or corporate shogunal Japanese funds, are vital in maintaining investment in the American economy and infrastructure projects around our country. Some think the long-term cozy relationship of Japanese investors choosing American bonds for a decent return on their savings, and in the process, keeping demand for such bonds healthy and interest rates low, may now be coming to an end. Money has been quietly being withdrawn from these United States for at least a year and reinvested in Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan. Of course, the Japanese corporate shogunacy cannot mandate what investors do with their money, but the government does have influence. Government urgings aside, Article 589 of the Japanese Civil Code mandates agreed interest rates between lender and investor, which gives the government some control over where the yen resides. Some see significance in the recent liberation of crypto, legally recognized as a financial asset since the 20th day of July. Japanese banks can now hold and use crypto to buy back their own bonds. Tax breaks have been offered to facilitate the repatriation of crypto assets. At the heart of all of this is the terrifying specter, to the Japanese, of inflation. Infla, It's such an alien concept, the Japanese have no native word therefore. The Communist Chinese biocidal COVID attack against the world is partly to blame. As nations around the world printed money to deal with the global economic shutdown, Fortress Japan almost uniquely demurred and kept interest rates at zero. However, as inflation infected the global economy, and the greater Japanese commercial sphere imports most of what it needs, priced in dollars, the economy started to break. Wages and prices started chasing each other. This was exacerbated by the Israeli-instigated oil shock and has become especially urgent with an ambitious new government touting an expansionary fiscal policy. The fact that borrowed Japanese money is vital to the American economy and its withdrawal would be nothing less than an American nightmare gives the Japanese, despite their seemingly moribund economy, considerable leverage. It's about the only card policymakers in Tokyo have to play. And from the suspiciously altruistic seeming intervention by the American empire to save the yen, it looks as if they have been playing it. And with that, we end our stream. Aristides! Let's see if he's still among us. Aristides! Aristides! Aristides!
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
There we are. Good.
Somehow, barely, but, we're probably ready to check out like you.
Well, love you dearly, my main man, and have yourself a blessed night. But first, say good morning to all our listeners.
Yes, good morning and good night. And as I would traditionally do when able at this time, let me put the link in the chat for Doug's PayPal, Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. Go find it. Go send him your money so that we can pick up all this fun next time. Wow, so many. Just you just opened up the Pandora's box all over again. So
that's right.
With all those earlier on, I mean, appreciate the recent stuff, but with all what you discussed earlier with Joseph, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Araujo. Yeah, Joseph Araujo.
Yeah, Joseph Araujo, right.
Yeah,
so appreciate that. And if you do too, send Doug your money so he can keep doing it. And that's it.
Well, bless you, my dear man. Thank you so very much. And with that, to all our listeners, join us again on Wednesday midweek. It'll be here before you know it. And same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. That's the Teuto-Slavonic for Dragon, the name Dietrich is. So, same Dragon time, same Dragon channel. Rejoin us and bring a friend, or an enemy, or your entire family. But spread the word. And with that, kisses to the ladies, hugs to the lads, and we close live stream. Okay, press the button, hit the end, triple redundancy process,